stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a go take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a go take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him, say up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know said that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the harder of the Trinity.
Greetings and salutations, one and all. How you doing? Well, it's Saturday afternoon right here on Reason with Rattigan. Here's truly Kevin Stew holding it down, the professor. Yeah, man, that I earned my liquor stripe, you know?
Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Him fight for the people every day.
Along with me, the provost himself, Will the Rebel Rattigan. And today, we're grateful that we're back. We're grateful to be here. With us, grateful can done. And you know, you can't ever be too grateful. But especially as we set aside recognition of our mothers. Big ups to our mothers and those that mother in our community. As it's not just the biological mothers, it's also the ones that do the mothering. So much love to the mothers in our community. Blessings. Thank you for doing what you're doing. It's a thankless job. Truly appreciate y'all. Trust and believe. Without much further ado, we'll be doing more pleasantries and celebration and recognition of our mothers as the day progress. But guess what? We have some with it. And as Will is over there destroying stuff in his studio.
Yes, sir. You know, you can't leave me. It's like a one-car accident. You know? I like the Ford Pinto. So, yes, good afternoon, one and all, and thank you. Thank you for making the choice to be here with us. All of the students, welcome. You had a break last week, so we're going to have to double the production this week. And as you know, the exam is right around the corner. So I want us to big up to all the mothers, like Kevin said, those who do the mothering. And in many instances, that includes fathers. You know, you have a lot of single fathers out there doing mothering. You've heard the phrase, my mother who fathered me. Well, I'm sure you also heard the one about my father who mothered me. So all of you out there taking care of children, big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. Mothers, mothering, fathers, fathering, mothering, you're taking care of children. Tomorrow is one of your days. I say every day is your day. Every day. But you know, society, and just say, well, we'll set aside a special day. Well, for me, every single day is a special day for all of the people who do mothering. So I want to thank you again for doing what you do. As they say, the children are our future. And whatever you do with them will certainly manifest itself, hopefully in a positive light. So, Professor, we're back. You know, it feels as if I've been gone, at least, tell me what you feel. My feeling is that it feels like I've been gone for a long time, and it's just one show. I miss the students, I miss my people, miss everybody. How you feel about it?
One Saturday and one Wednesday.
Well, that's true, but we are counting the Saturdays. It's one Saturday. Yeah.
But yeah, it seemed longer, and then I am off next Saturday
Hmm.
as we celebrate the life of Ernie Smith. Is it
Word.
will nervous? Yeah, there's a homegoing celebration for Ernie Smith next Saturday, and the global digital reggae global family is quite involved with that, and so I will not be here next Saturday for Reason with Rattigan, or well, the Saturday stew might happen, but definitely won't be around for Reason with Rattigan. But yes, it
Yeah.
does seem like a long time that you've been away, Will.
But you know what, folks? He won't be sitting in that chair. But you say he won't be around. He will be around. Trust me. Trust me. Kevin, were you there? He answered the phone. And I'm gonna say, all right, let me get on and see what you do wrong. Of course, you know, it's always user error. It's never a system error, it's user error. So I say, let me see what you do wrong. And of
As
course,
usual the case.
as usual, you know, it's user error. So him point out something to me. And you see, I'm learning as we go along, because remember, this wasn't my forte. It's never been my forte. It's never been my desire. But I'm beginning to like it. And Jonah Marie will tell you that I literally begged her to just end the thing. And she said, no, you can't do it. Just stick with it, stick with it. And I'm so glad that she convinced me to continue with it, because there have been some very, very frustrating moments. And the frustrating moments, they have been about my ability to manage the technical side of the program. It was never about talking to people and doing the research. It was always about, you know, making sure the camera is on, making sure this, making sure that. And I was a colossal failure at it. I'm failing still, but I'm not a colossal failure. I can handle myself, you know. Like sometimes, Kevin, you ask some people, you can swim? And them say yes or no. And them say, I can handle myself. So
Right.
that's where I am right now. I can handle myself. And then let me just say, people are already worried about the exam, you know, Kevin. Some people are saying, no, you won't fail. You won't fail. You won't be like the politicians in Jamaica, the lazy ones, the ones who don't read. You won't be like them. All they need to do is just go back and watch the program, or go back, look at your notes, and you'll be fine, because there will be no trick questions. The questions will come from the programs. Everything that we've talked about, everything that we've displayed, everything that we've reasoned out with you, those things will be on it. And a lot of it has to do with civics. I was going to say ethics, but that too. So here we are, another wonderful Saturday afternoon to spend with our people, to educate and elevate our people. So having said that, Kevin, where do we start? Oh, by the way, before we go any further, let me just say that, and I need to get this out of the way, because I know I'm going to forget. I'm a very ambitious fellow by nature. What's the other word, Kevin? What's the other word? What's the other word? What's the other word?
Optimistic.
Yeah. I'm a very ambitious fellow. I'm also very optimistic, but sometimes my ambition gets carried away with the optimism, you know? What do I mean by that? We sit religiously every Saturday from, I don't know, 9 until 1:30, 2 o'clock, going over all the things that we've compiled during the week and say, okay, how are we going to structure the program? And every week, you know, my glad bag boss. I'm glad to see all of the things. I'm going to say, yeah, we'll do this, we'll do that, we're going to do this. And Kevin and Joan and OT, them say, I mean, we can't hear them at top, yeah, my back saying, but we don't know what's wrong with him. Why him think him will finish all of these things? He can't finish them. And, you know, when I rejoin the group, they'll say, hey, you know, they try and steer me. You think, you know, why don't you do, but I'm not taking telling. He still said, no, we can't finish it. And I've proved them right. Let's put it that way. I've proven them right. So now what we're saying is that I am still optimistic, still ambitious, but I'm guarded about the things that I can accomplish, or not even we can accomplish during the 5-hour period. Because sometimes I'm telling you people, Jamaica, when you sit and you look at Jamaica, and you look at the amount of things that we can talk about, we said the 5 hours gone before we even start. We said the 5 hours, we're finished. Because Jamaica is the gift that keeps on giving. Jamaica is content rich. And we're not talking about the culture of our people now. We're talking about the politics of our people. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about, you know the phrases, people. Transparency, accountability, good governance. We're talking about helping those who need help the most. The ones who sold their votes for 5,000, a 2-piece chicken, a t-shirt. Not thinking ahead, even though we have warned them. And as they say, the chickens have come home to roost with Nara. Nara is going to be a killer, no matter what they tell you. And today we have a presentation on Nara, and we will be joined by Ejabem. Dead. Devon will join us later on. I just had a phone call with him and producer Joan, and we were talking about Nara and its implications for beach access as well as other things. And you're going to see that once more, politicians really, really don't give a damn about you. They don't. And, Kevin, here's one of the things I've said. Being a politician in Jamaica should be a full-time job. They're being paid handsomely. It should be a full-time job, but it's not. It's not a full-time job. No. A lot of them have businesses, real businesses, that they run. And they come to Parliament on a Tuesday or on a Friday, or if they have a committee meeting somewhere in there. It's not a full-time job.
So as well as they get paid, they're going to need another job to do what?
Well, a lot of them had another job before they got into Parliament, and a lot of them started a job when they got to Parliament. Insider trading, you don't hear much about that in Jamaica, about politicians using information gained from being inside a Parliament. You don't, and how they've used that position and that information to make themselves wealthy. You don't really hear much about insider information being used to enrich politicians. You really don't hear much about that in Jamaica.
And well, I can understand why we don't hear about that, because who's going to talk about it? Okay, let me rephrase the question. Other than us, who's going to talk about it? Who in Jamaica is going to be saying, hey, pay attention to this. Here are the facts. Not just, here is my opinion.
Right.
Here is the information. Who went with? They're not doing it in Jamaica.
No, most of the people talking about it, they're outside. You have a Jeffrey Tavares, you have a Mystic Sensation and others, right? In Jamaica, you have a Andre Stevens, and you may have a few others, but it's not a lot of people. Not a lot of people talking about it in the way that we're talking about it. Not a lot of people.
Correct.
So
and that don't make sense.
No, but people, I firmly believe that politicians, there's some things I feel very strongly about. I'm open to being corrected, or not open to being convinced otherwise. But I do believe that politicians should live in the communities they represent. And I do believe that politicians...
I've always said that.
Yeah, and politicians should take politics seriously, and it should be a full-time commitment, a full-time job. They shouldn't have another job, and politics is the side job, is the hustle.
But as handsomely as they're being paid for the duration of their tenure, they should not have any other job, and whichever job that they had prior to should be on ice. I probably shouldn't be using that word so loosely. Should just suspended, not terminated, suspended. Maybe that's another word that is going around that causing problems. But they should be able to go back to that job after their tenure, which means too that there should be limits on their tenure,
Right.
actual limits.
Mm-hmm.
So as politicians, they go in. Now, of course, it could lead to more self-serving, but also on the flip side, if you are found to be self-serving and doing things that you shouldn't be doing, when you come out of this political role, you will still be able to be prosecuted under the law
Correct.
for actions, for crimes against the community.
Right. All right.
So across the board, outside of living in their community, they should be able to go out there and get a job after. Because guess what? That cushy pay that they were getting while they were in will pretty much be gone. So now you have to go work for it.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're forced as a politician to make sure that when you go back to the work world, that the conditions that you would want to see are what people are enjoying. That's how I feel about it.
Mm-hmm. Point well taken. Somebody in the chat said that councillors live in their communities. Yeah, but for councillors don't make laws. Councillors don't make laws that will affect you. Councillors are merely emissaries. They are a connection between you and the MP. So what you really want is access to the MP. You want direct access, not through the councillors. Remember now, you had direct access before election. Before September 3rd, you could say, hey, I want to talk to the politician. Then you could have said, we want to talk to him or her, and the person would show up. How many of you have seen, and we've said it many times, and it's worth repeating, how many of you have seen your MPs, the one that you voted for, or even the one that you didn't vote for, the one that represents your constituency? How many of you have seen them since election? But worse yet, how many of you have asked for an audience with them and received that audience with them? How many of you?
Well, did you get a response?
Well,
before you get the audience, did you get a response?
Yes. So that's why, and here's where when we start digging into the weeds, here is something that I consider. When you have somebody like the gentleman who was involved with the contract, Jack Den, right? Dennis Gordon. When you have somebody like him with businesses before becoming an MP, what you have to do is you have to reveal those. You have to reveal, especially if they're going to have contracts with the government. You have to reveal them, and then you get an exemption. You get an exemption from the ethics committee and from the parliament in general. Now, in his case, I'm not as quick to condemn having a business, and I'll tell you why. Because he runs, among the other businesses, he runs a medical business. I think he has a clinic or a hospital, and they also have ambulances. And his give back to the community, and when I say community, I'm talking about across Jamaica, was he was going to have his ambulances, and I think he has 4 of them, go to different communities every weekend and provide free services. Free screening, free this, free that, free that. I'm hesitant to knock him because he's actually doing something for the community. Yes, he's there, and every business person is concerned about the bottom line, and the bottom line is profit. You don't go into business to lose money, you go into business to make money. right?
Correct.
But also there is a side of the business that should consider the community that you serve and you ply your wares to, people that you sell things to. I have a friend in New York. Every year he has a customer appreciation party, and that's where he says, I want to thank all of my customers for supporting my business for the whole year. And he has a party free of charge, and music, food, and it's a nice little event. So that's why I kind of hesitate about somebody like, because Dennis is like the exception. If you have a general rule, it's the exception. But most of these people that run businesses, they're not giving back to the community. They're not giving back. They're taking, and they're passing on the cost to the community. So you see the taxes, the tariffs, the rates, all of these things, they pass them off to you, the poor people. And who do you pass them off to? Nobody except your children. And what do I mean by that? Your children and your family members. No, you have to cut back on the things you used to do for them. You have to cut back. You have to take your hand and turn your hand and make fashion, as them say. You have to be resourceful. You have to be creative, because you're going to have to do the same with less.
Correct.
How it is. So,
which is another reason why I have to big up, especially Jamaican mothers, because the things that we have seen these mothers do when it is not there, and we as children don't know that it is not there. Ernest Smith has a song where he talks about growing up, not knowing he was poor, running on the beach naked, eating the fruits off the trees and being with friends. And it was some foreigners that they heard saying, hey, mom, look at them. They need help. They're naked. They don't. And they're just having a whale of a time. Didn't know they were poor. That is as a result of parental love. And I won't, it's Mother's Day weekend, and yes, we recognize mothers for doing that because they're general the nurturers and the homemakers, but we're not leaving out the fathers that do. Yeah. So parental love and guidance and making a way out of no way. But for more often than not, we see the mothers making this happen. And so another reason to tip hats to the mothers.
Yeah. You know, you said something a while ago that triggered a memory for me. And you said they didn't know that they were poor. Growing up, I didn't know I was poor, because guess what? You're in a poor community and you really have no exposure anywhere else. Everybody else, they just accept it's normal. It was only when I started going with my father, sell bread on a Saturday. And he used to work at Purity. And I started to see a different side of the society. And then it became more glaring when I went to Meadowbrook. And then I really saw it firsthand. Because when I was with my father, I saw glimpses of it. But when I was going to Meadowbrook, I saw it in daylight. It was very transparent. I saw everything. And that's when I realized that, wait a minute, I come from someplace different. These people are different. These people are different. Their lives, my life, separate lives, completely different. Yes, we're born in that lovely island called Jamaica. But in terms of growing up in Jamaica, it's like we have two different Jamaicas. Two different Jamaicas. So yeah, if you grow up poor and you stay in that community, you really don't understand what it's like to be on the other side. Because you're living all you know. That's what you're doing. You're living all you know. So just want to big up, and without getting into politics or anything like that, had it not been for that man, Michael Manley, a lot of us, Kevin, I'm telling you, would not have aspired, would not have been influenced, would not have achieved. I am one of them. I am one of them. I benefited because of the free education in Jamaica. And so nobody's perfect. In fact, the PNP is not called the perfect national party. It's called the People's National Party. And people are fallible. People are not infallible. People make mistakes, right? Just like the Jamaica Labour Party, it's not perfect. People make mistakes. But where credit is due, you must give credit. Where credit is due, you must give credit. And I had the occasion to sit down with one of his daughters in South Africa and explain to her that had it not been for your father and education policy, there's a very good chance I would not be here. So the reason I say that is because we have a video we want to play of a message he sent out decades ago. And not even the party that he led, they're listening to the message. Or better yet, they're acting in concert with the message. They may have heard it. Some of them may not have even have heard it. They may not have even heard it. So they'll hear it today for the first time. So, all right. We can move on now, Professor. Rattigan, what a beautiful place, Kevin. It's a beautiful, particularly on a Saturday. It's a beautiful place. Beautiful place. Happy Mother's Day to all of you mothers out there. Not only that, to the ones that are gone, we have to celebrate their memories because, again, without them, where would we be? Like my mother used to tell me all the time, if me did dash away, son, you wouldn't die, so. And I say, true. So, all of you mothers out there, yes, big up on yourself. And all of you fathers who are mothers, big up on yourself. And all of you who didn't give birth, but you're mothering children, big up on yourself. Big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. Also, Teacher Appreciation Week.
Yep.
Where would we be without our teachers?
A couple of my teachers, my mother put clothes on their backs. As in, my mother was their dressmaker. So another reason why I couldn't do certain things in school either.
No, we know. Ease it out, you know. No, we know. I knew there had to be a basis. It couldn't be a magazine or, you know, some program or something like that. It was home.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Diane folks say, yeah, we have to celebrate our late queens. Indeed. We cannot forget them. And the teachers, yeah, had it not been from some brilliant teachers I had, again, I wouldn't be here. I had some teachers who really invested their time in me. Really, even when I didn't see it fit to invest my time in me, they saw it fit to do it. And they were doing it not because they were getting paid. They were doing it for the love of the profession.
True.
Yeah, those days people got into teaching because they wanted to pass on the benefit of their education to a younger generation. They loved teaching people and inspiring people and watching them aspire to become something. They love that. And so we have to big up all of them. All right. Rattigan University, lies are dispelled, truth upheld, always. Producer Joan, big up yourself. Today, we're really going to shape some civic minds for a better tomorrow. We are going to do it today. All right, here's what we're going to talk about today. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. We're going to show you how they lie to you and we're just so gullible. And how they tell you statistics. And you hear statistics, but you get statistics in a vacuum. You don't get statistics with a perspective. Or you don't get statistics where I said context. You don't get statistics in a context. You don't. And so when you hear these things, you say, yeah. But then when it's explained to you that what they're telling you, here's the application. Here's the meaning. Just don't take it as gospel. Examine it. And if it turns out to be true, then that's fine. But don't accept everything that they tell you as gospel. Examine it for yourself. You have this. All of us came to terra firma, to earth. All of us came here with this, a brain box. Use it. Parliamentary procedures. Ye who knoweth the standing orders shall serve the people well. You know where I'm going with this, my people. You've seen the doings.
You know, when I look at this, I think there's a key word that is left out
Tell me.
somewhere in there. Integrity.
Okay.
So ye who is with integrity, who knows or knoweth the standing orders, or he who knows and act within integrity shall serve the people well. Because integrity is not the thing that people see you do. Integrity is the thing that you do when people not looking.
Right. Point well made. But we're going to go over the standing orders. I shouldn't say but, because a teacher told me one time, if somebody says something and then you say but, it's almost like you said, all right,
Negating everything.
yeah, you just say, included. Right. Remember that, people. When somebody says something that is a valid point, you don't say, yeah, but. You know, if you say but, it's almost as if you're saying, I hear you, I disagree with you. What you're saying is rubbish. And no, not around here. So we say, and we are going to show you how both parties, and what we're going to show you, it's uncontroverted. We're going to show you. We're going to tell you, we're talking about standing orders now. We're going to tell you, we're going to go over and tell you what they are. We're going to tell you who should know about standing orders, when they should know about standing orders, how they should know about standing orders, why they should know about standing orders, and then we're going to show you that they received training. And yet, we're going to show you in Parliament, we see people going through the book, going through it. Kevin and I, we've never been in Parliament. We have no aspirations to become politicians. And yet, there's certain things that we know off the top of our head in that book. Certain things we know. Every week, I spend a significant amount of time talking to politicians about the importance of the standing orders. And I realize that in many cases, they don't know. And the question is, why don't they know? I don't so I tough them heads so tough because they've been trained. We'll talk about that. So in this year, in the second, well, these two topics, they kind of blend because we're going to talk about, if you notice, we just said standing orders, but we didn't really pick a topic. Like I said, we didn't pick a topic like the rural school bus program, you know, or NARA. But those things are going to come up. They're going to come up in our presentation. All right. So make we move on. Here we are, both of us, live and in living color. And the guest lecturer, we said Jamaican people near and far. And we did this just before we heard from Devon, Dr. Devon. Yeah, he's coming on for a brief moment just to talk to us about NARA and beach access. You'll see the connection. All right.
Merle says, point of order, call Andrew and Gillette to the front of the class.
But you know what, Kevin? The Merle, that's a good, if you know anybody, Merle, who knows them, please tell them to come to the class because we're going to point out that when she threw out, or when she, it was even asked, when she demanded that MP Angela Brownberg lead the Parliament, we're going to show you that she made a lot of mistakes. Procedurally, she made a lot of mistakes. And we're going to point them out. We don't know why the opposition didn't point these things out, but that's not our business. We are going to point them out to you so that you can understand. And if for no other reason, you need to know what's going on in your Parliament. And here's another reason. There's an exam coming up. And some of these things will be on the exam. Go ahead,
So our engagement norms. We want you to be active listeners, and with being active listeners, to maintain an open mind so that we can use this time effectively. In doing all of that, we want you to be present, be here, not just physically here, but mentally here too. Be aware of what is happening when we are commenting. We do so to contribute from a constructive standpoint, not just to make comments so that somebody can see or to get ratings on the chat room, however the algorithm rates you. No, it's not for that. And then we want to celebrate the contributions of others, and in the midst of that, enjoy the experience. And celebrating the contributions of others, of course, comes with things like with love, saying, hey, your topic, that your comment is really just out of left field, has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. So stay on topic, please, so that we can all benefit from it, and explain where you're coming from with your view. That way we can all grow, yeah? Not as one person have something on them head and them just stick with that. So, and also with celebrating the contributions of others, I want to make mention of a website we came across today. It was brought to our attention that there is a supporter that, in order to spread the word a little bit more, they went out and they created a website. And I want to say big ups to the Friends of OJLDF. If you visit the Friends of OJLDF.com, that's the website, Friends of OJLDF.com, you'll see where they're promoting the work of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Of course, the website for OJLDF is OJLDF.org. Yes, I did say .org. As you see .net scrolling across the bottom of your screen, I did say .org. Why? Because as of today, when you go to OJLDF.net, it takes you straight to the new website. Yep. Some of you might remember when the website was put out first, it was OJLDF.org. There had to be some changes, then came around OJLDF.net. The .org is back, recognizing the organization that the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is. And so don't think that you're in the wrong place. Don't think that you're typing the wrong thing. OJLDF.org is the new official website. The .net, so it was changed on the ticker. But the Cash App don't change. Isn't the Cash App still OJLDF.net? And isn't the website still give@OJLDF.net? I believe it is. So, but the other side of management, please correct me if I'm wrong. But yes, big ups to Friends of OJLDF. Provost.
Yeah, folks, let me just tell you, he doesn't say it. He's a very modest person, very humble person. The gentleman you see next to me here, he has a program on, I think, Tuesdays, Wednesdays.
Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays.
Okay, stand corrected. I just happen to because when he's on, I'm usually deep in research, deep in writing my ATIs. But this past Wednesday, I was going through social media doing something, and then I came across this program and I watched it. And I'm going to suggest to all of you that take some time out Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, and tune into Kevin's programs. He comes on, I think, from 10 to midnight. But you know what? Why am I telling you this? Kevin is here. Kevin, please go ahead.
I was quite impressed. I was quite impressed. You barely remember when you were on and you're doing mine. I'm truly impressed. But yes, it's called The Night Shift to DJ Kevin Stew. At the end of my Saturday Stew broadcast, you generally hear me mention it. I've been doing that broadcast actually going on 16 years this year. On Mondays, it's community and finance. Tuesday, it's health, called Healthy Love. Wednesdays, it's real talk, how we engage with each other, the psychology behind it. And that is what the Night Shift to DJ Kevin Stewart is all about. It's really an extension of me and questions that I ask and people that I've spoken with. And this coming Monday night, all things being well, and I already got the confirmation. Some of you might remember the 90s dancehall artist, Don Youth. Don Youth had passed through last Saturday in the Saturday Stew as a secret ingredient. He'll be joining me on Monday, and we'll be talking about his whole journey and his coming back into the music world. He had taken a little bit of a break, and he's on the way back. So get a chance to meet Don Youth and sit down and talk. But yes, and when Wednesday night rolls around, we get some real taboo topics. I will address them, and I address our health on a Tuesday night with Healthy Love. Thank you. I saw somebody put real professor. Thank you, Elaine. Many copycat out here in the universe. Is what true, Elaine? Parliamentarians, please join us. Okay. So, and Merle says, yes, so true. He needs a support, well informative. I must let you also know the program is simulcast in the UK, 2 platforms in Connecticut, 1 in Jamaica, and a second platform here in South Florida where I am. So, yes, been doing it for a while, like I said. Provost.
Yeah. So again, people, I urge you to go and support Kevin Monday nights, Tuesday nights, Wednesday nights.
Oh,
go ahead.
I think it would help if I say where? KevinStew.com. Really easy. KevinStew.com.
And like I said, he touches on some really delicate subjects, but in a very, very professional manner. Some of the subjects, because I've tuned into the program a few times, and some of the subjects, he really could get raw with them. And I can see where some people, they get raw with the subject matter, but they don't get deep with the subject matter. Kevin goes behind the headlines, and he goes very, very deep. Very interesting program. I'm telling you, once you start watching it, it's hard for you to pull away. I know some of you are going to say, well, it's late at night or whatever. Yeah, but think about how much time you spend watching foolishness, all right, or listening to foolishness. Give it a try. Promise me that you'll give it a try, and then we'll go from there. All right. Let me see what else we have here. Oh, somebody mentioned Angela Brownberg, MP Angela Brownberg, and I said it this morning on a program. I was interviewed this morning. We'll get to it, but let me just preface the whole thing by saying I'm disappointed with MP Angela Brownberg. I don't know if she's watching, but I'm sure some of you know her, and you're probably saying, what? I am disappointed. And here's why I'm disappointed with her. What she did was an act of protest. And I can understand, because she's saying, look, we've been ignored, we've been marginalized. We need the attention of the speaker. Right? She knew the consequences, that you touch the mist, there would be problems. Here's where I have my disagreement with her. If you're going to do something like that, go big or go home. Grab the damn mace and run out of the building with it. And run with the thing. Just don't lift it up like that. Run with it, because you're going to make us look, the same punishment she's going to get, right? She's going to get a suspension from that session of Parliament. So do it in a big way, because you're making a big point. Grab it and run for the door. And guess what? She is the third person in the history of the Jamaican Parliament to do it. She's the fourth. She's the fourth person to do it. I think 3 people who did it already, they come from Westmoreland. We're going to show you all of that. The last person to do it, believe it or not, was Minister Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism. I know what he did. Him grab it and run to the door and block the door. Make a statement. I've said, between the time you're born and the time you leave the land of the living, make a statement. Make a strong statement. Let people know you are here. Let people know. So once you grab it, once you decide, I am going to move this thing, you know that they're going to suspend you. So what do? You go all out. You take it and you run. In fact, I'm going to show you, and some of you have seen this before. There's one where a gentleman in the Bahamas was so disgusted with what was going on in the Bahamian Parliament. You know what? One parliamentarian, you know what he did? He took it and threw it out the window. Took it and threw it out the window. So the Parliament ended right there, because you cannot conduct business in Parliament without the mace being present. And you will hear Speaker Juliet Holness talk about it. She spoke about it this week. We're going to play the video. And one of the things you don't hear her talk about in the beginning, and it's very telling. She said it represents the authority of Parliament and the House, and it represents, representation of the people. One thing she never said, which is the most important, she never said it represents the monarchy. In her opening, she never said that. And that is why it's there. It is saying, the mace is there to say, the king is here. The king, the presence of the king is in the Parliament. She never said that. She never said that. I'm going to play the video. She mentioned it sometime later on in a veiled way, but when she opened, she's talking about, what it means in terms of representation and the House and the respect for the chair and all of that. But we will see. All right, let's continue. New members, we don't have the names handy right now, but we will at some point. You know who you are. Welcome, 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 welcome. Big up on yourself. And for all of you, my family, when I say family, I'm talking about family members that I choose, because you have 2 types of family members. One that you have no choice, you're just born into it, and another type that you say, this is my brother. And some of them, they're watching in South Africa. I just got a bunch of text messages. So all of you in South Africa, welcome, welcome. Big up on yourself. Thanks for joining. I'm going to do you proud today. All right? Gonna do you proud. I'm going to play some videos that I know some of you don't particularly like this man, but I'm just doing it so that the Jamaican public can see what happens when you start using the rules and how you can manipulate the House and deal with the Speaker. All right. So I'm actually apologizing in advance. Here we go. Quote of the day. Every day a bucket go well, one day the bottom must drop out. Jamaican proverb. And this was uttered. We all know this, but it was uttered most recently by Angela Brown Burke, MP in Parliament. And for those of you who are not Jamaicans, what it means is that results are not immediate. Results are not immediate. Sometimes it takes a long time before you get to where you want to go, or it takes a long time for something to happen. It's not immediate. So you take the bucket every day to the well. The bucket won't fall out the first day, second day, third day. It may be 3 years or sometime down the road, but it is going to fall out. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Wow.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander. People, what I'm saying to you here and now is that be kind to people. Treat people, and this is the golden rule, and we've all heard it. Treat people the way you would want to be treated. Remember, I've always said to you that you teach people how to treat you. Treat people the way you would like to be treated, because it may it may backfire. It may come back to haunt you. May come back to haunt you. We're going to show you a video of a noted politician in Jamaica. And when they were in power, how things were done, things were said. And now they're not in power and things are being said to them. So just keep that in mind. Be kind. You don't have to agree with people, but be kind to people. Be respectful and treat people the way you would like to be treated. Finger never say, look ya. See that? It don't go say, look there. Right? Remember that. Finger never say, look ya. Look there. We need some introspection, people. We need to delve deep into who we are as individuals and community and a people. We need to do some soul searching. We really need to. And this is one of Kevin's favorites. If the truth shall kill them, then let them die. And today, they are going to die. As usual, but they're going to die a hard death today. A hard death. And then some people might say, who is them? Who is them?
All of them.
Because what happens around here, we call things as we see them. We don't hide behind a party or a color. We address the needs of the people. You know, Kevin, today, right, I went exercising and I noticed it for the first time that my Nike have a green swoosh on it, you know? And I started laughing to myself and said, isn't it funny that one of my favorite colors is green? But if you say you're green, then people associate you with a political. If you say, I love this color, they associate you with a political party.
Yep.
How have we deteriorated as a people? That no, you even if you love the color, you're very mindful of it because you don't want people to say, well, you are representing a certain party.
You know,
Mercy let them dead.
it used to be that it was a school thing. Like me as a George's old boy, you'd not catch me wearing anything purple.
Mm-hmm.
But my father was a KC old boy. And for his funeral, that's exactly what I wore. And if any of you will see me next week, I'll be wearing purple. Why? Ernest Smith's favorite color was purple.
Yeah.
So it's just a color though. What really is important is heart. Where is your heart? What kind of mindset you have? Where does your focus lie? Because if you go blind, you're not going to know what color it is. So what is it that you're truly supporting? You're supporting a color. The color is a representation of a group of individuals who is supposed to be taking care of a whole nation. So where does your support lie?
Hey, Miss Extian Funk, she have a very good thing, right? It says, may as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb equals go big and take your chances. We're going to use that one. Producer one, Miss Extian Funk, I like that one. I like it. And then Donna Thompson said, Mr. Rattigan, outside. I'm in a parliament. And then Georgia Lynn said, Mrs. Holness doesn't care. That's what she says. And Georgia, that's fine for Mrs. Holness, but we're not focused on Mrs. Holness. We're focused on the people so that the people can understand what's going on. Because once you understand, then you can take the necessary action. But if you don't understand what's going on and she doesn't care about you, then think about what's going to happen. Remember what I said, between the time you're born and the time you die, make a statement. Make a statement. Stand up for something. We stand on the shoulders of greatness. people like Paul Bogle and Nanny, Marcus Garvey and the others. They did what they did so that we could have the chance to do what we're doing now. And it would be almost criminal for us not to follow in their footsteps. We can't fill their shoes, and I don't think nothing. I know I won't be able to fill their shoes, but we can follow in their footsteps and say, look, let's set an example. Let's continue the trend. Inspire at least one person to be the change that they seek. You know, Jeffrey Tavares talks about it all the time. To Jamaican people, the change that you seek, you are it. You just don't realize it, and you need to wake up. So that's where we are. All right, we could move on now because it's all right. Wednesdays at 8 o'clock. Come read Miss Rattigan. And of course, there it is right there. See that? The Saturday Stew with DJ Kevin Stew, Saturday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. He will be on tonight. Next week, not so sure. But tonight, he's sure. He will be on tonight. And then, of course, the Rebel will come right after. People, tonight is going to be a very special night. And here's why tonight is going to be a very special night. Tonight, I'm going to be nostalgic. And yes, we'll play regular music and we're nostalgic, but tonight I'm going to play house music, dance music, disco music. And here's the nostalgia for me. Apart from, you know, I like the genre. My first assignment in the FBI was to a unit that was responsible for dealing with spies. Yeah, you heard me correctly. SPIES, spies in America and their contacts. That was my unit. We were supposed to find these people, find out who their contacts are, and there are certain things that we were supposed to do. And that required us to do a lot of surveillance. A lot. Physical, signal, all kinds of surveillance, develop sources, the whole works. I learned a hell of a lot. And we were in, my partner at the time, and he's been on this program, we lived in a certain area, just the two of us, so they gave us a car. We had one car to share. So we did the surveillance as a unit, part of that team, the two of us. Because we lived close together, so we rode in and back to home. Whereas most of the other people, they live, you know, quite a distance away, so they had, each person had a car. I think we were the only people with one car. We spent a lot of time in the vehicle, a lot of time. And we used to listen to the music you're going to hear tonight. We listened to it, we used to sing along while we're listening to the radio as to what's going on and where we should be positioned and who we need to follow and go here and go there. And so between the instructions, we listened to music. And the music you're going to hear tonight, a lot of it, we listened to it. I called Steve yesterday, my FBI, former FBI partner, and I said to him, Steve, you have to listen tonight because I'm going way back. I'm going back to the late 80s, early 90s, when we did a lot of surveillance. And it's going to bring back a lot of memories, a lot of good memories. So tonight is going to be very, very special for me. And Steve, he lives 2 time zones away, but he says he's going to tune in. I'm going to make sure he tunes in. And of course, I'm sure he'll be calling me and we'll have a conversation and we'll laugh and we'll reminisce. And I'm sure some of you will experience the same thing because the music is going to take you back. It's going to take you back to a happier time. It's going to take you back to a time when we didn't have as much fear as we have today, as much distrust, as much uncertainty. You're going to make the comparison and you'll see. So please join me tonight, right after Kevin finishes his set. He's going to go from 8 to 10. I'll go from 10 to midnight. But you can't miss it. And again, we're playing house music, we're playing disco music, and we're playing dance music. All right. Final exam, May 30th. Final exam, May 30th. Final exam, May 30th. Don't even worry about summer school yet. Worry about the final exam, May 30th. And is that it? Yeah, that's it. All right. Here's what's going to happen now. We're going to have Dr. Devon Taylor is going to come join us and talk to us about JABIM and beach rights and NARA. But we want to prepare you because we're going to talk about Parliament a lot today and the standing order. So we want to prepare you for that. And let me start by making light of some of the parliamentary procedures. And there's no better parliament to go to than my favorite parliament, the South African Parliament. Where is it? Okay, here it is. All right, so we're going to play this, and we'll make comments as we go along if it's necessary. But I just want you to watch this and enjoy this. Kevin watched it this morning, and he was cracking up. Producer Joan wasn't able to see, but I know she's watching right now, and she's gonna. Producer Joan, I hope you're sitting down, and I hope you. I hope you're completely relaxed because you're gonna be. Producer OT, wherever you are. Why laugh, Kevin? Here we go, people. Here we go. It's a compilation of some funny moments there and not so funny moments. Here we go.
African Parliament, the one place where politics meets pure entertainment, from iconic clapbacks to moments that had the whole country laughing.
Yes, Honourable Member, what are you raising on?
Deputy Speaker, this man over here, I don't
Honourable Member, Honourable Member.
He just threatened me now, Speaker. This is what we are being subjected to. Because you're allowing them to get away.
Honourable Member.
Verbal abuse on
what
that
are you
side,
saying?
assaulting us. This man just threatened me.
Huh?
That one there, Mulder. He threatened me now, Speaker.
He said what?
He threatened me. He threatened he's going to beat me. That one, that old man. That old man.
No, Honourable Member, please, man, be careful of your language. Honourable Member, why do you threaten that Honourable Member there? Honourable Member, did you threaten him? What are you raising on, Honourable Sope?
Deputy Speaker, I'm raising on a point of order.
Yeah, what's the point of order?
The chief whip of the DA stood up in the House, is on record to say...
Honourable Msongo. Honourable Msongo. Oh.
Deputy Speaker.
No, Honourable Members, what are you doing? What are you screaming? What's happening? Honourable Msongo.
He's insulting me, Lompan. He's insulting me, Lompan.
No. Honourable Members, this is despicable. I can't understand this.
Deputy Speaker, I'm on the
Who are you pointing at? Who are you pointing out? Who are you pointing at? Who's that? Which member is that? No, tell me who's that. Which member is that?
This man. This one. Yeah.
Honourable, which honourable member?
We're not racist, man. You.
Honourable member, what is it that you are saying to Honourable Song?
Deputy Speaker, with the greatest respect, I have no idea what this honourable member is referring to. Other than, I don't know the vernacular, Chairperson, Deputy Chair. But my colleague, Honourable Khadebe, tells me that this honourable member called me a piece of SHIT. So I would ask that he be asked to withdraw that comment. Thank you, Deputy.
Honourable members, you are really out of order. Honourable Msongo. Did you say what they say you said? Honourable member?
I didn't say. I don't know what they're talking about.
He said, I withdraw this truth. It's not a truth. Can he withdraw? And if that's how COPE gathers material, no wonder they are where they are. But he has not withdrawn.
Honourable Member, thank you very much. I have asked the member to withdraw. That's the first statement he made. I again asked him to withdraw. He did. But given that you are raising a concern, I will again check the Hansard. Can, for now, the honorable member proceed?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You see, some of us don't know English properly.
Can
and
you,
then
Honorable
we
Madisha,
can only come and say,
Honorable
hong,
Madisha,
hong, 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 like that.
Honorable
member.
Madisha,
Yes. Hong, hong, hong.
Honorable Madisha,
Hong, hong,
Honorable Madisha.
That's the only thing that she knows.
Honorable Madisha.
Yes. Thank you.
Honorable Madisha. Yesterday, honorable member, yesterday in this house, Honorable Carter, who is your member, raised a point of order around members who were making animal noises. And we asked them to withdraw. And can you please withdraw what you have just done?
Chairperson.
Chairperson.
I got your.
Motho o itse sentle gore ke bua Setswana go mo heta. O ya yazi into yoba ngithetha isiXhosa. Lisikhuluma
Order, honorable members.
Ungaphikisa kodwa uyandazi.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Pando.
Honorable
Madisha.
That's exactly what she's doing.
Honorable
and we're leaving her to do
you
that.
have actually exhausted your time. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chairperson.
Hong, hong, hong. To hell with you.
No, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Madisha, can you please withdraw?
Chairperson.
Point of order, Chair.
Order.
On a point of order,
Chairperson.
Order, honorable member. I've recognized the chief whip of the majority party. I've noted your hands. I've just recognized the chief whip. Chief whip of the majority party.
Honorable
Order, honorable members.
Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair.
Yes, Chief Whip.
We have been restraining the members of the African National Congress for a long time, in the face of blatant provocation. Now, Honorable Madisha is crowning it. He says, to hell with you. And this house is laughing and enjoying it. He must not only withdraw, he must be taken to the ethics committee because he cannot be allowed to do it. Now, he must withdraw and be taken to the ethics committee.
Thank you very much. Honorable Madisha.
Person, can you please note me also?
Honorable Madisha, did you mention the statement as it has been alleged?
Can I go on, Chairperson? The Chief Whip, I withdraw that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I withdraw.
Honorable Madisha.
Speaking. Honorable Kaula, kawuthule uvala umlomo. Awuvaleki yini lo mlomo wakho? Honorable members.
Ngiyabonga.
Honorable member.
Uxolo, ngisacela ukukhuluma.
Honorable member, what are you talking about? What are you raising up?
Ngiyabonga. Uyabona nje indlela okhuluma ngayo kumina ngiwumama omdala. Ngicela uxolisa lento ayishoyo manje ngoba
Honorable
right yami le ngishoyo.
Honorable member, ngicela uhlale phansi ngoba abantu abadala abazenzi lezi zinto ozenzayo.
You must control what you say to me now.
Ngikuhlonipha kabi ma. Ngicela uhlale phansi ngoba lezi zinto ozenzayo indlela okhuluma ngayo la ngaphakathi endlini. Akuzona izinto ezenziwa ngabantu abadala abangangawo. Ngicela uhlale phansi.
Ngiyalalela but you must withdraw what you say now.
No, I'm not going to withdraw because I'm suggesting to you that your conduct is unparliamentary, is incorrect, and I've ruled on it. And you are not supposed to contest what I'm saying here. If you want to contest it, write it down, give it to your chief whip, and let's talk about it, please.
No, Rule 45. Yes, you are wrong. I must call a bouncer to take you out now because you not respect what I'm saying to you now.
Honorable Steenhuisen, what are you raising on?
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Before you get taken out by the bouncers, I would like to make this point.
Minister Nomvuya Mankonyane. Kanjalo la South Africa edle wayiqeda zonke imali. Nalabo Bentenberg. South Africa.
Honourable member, what's your point?
I rise on a point of order, House Chair, to really insist that the honourable member may not refer to a member of this House in this derogatory manner, but that if she wants to lay any aspersions, she can then do so through a substantive motion. We request that you order her to actually withdraw, Honourable House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable. No, I'm dealing with the order as raised.
Are you going to come after?
I have to rule on the order first, Honourable Member. Honourable Mam Kaula, what you have said is unparliamentary when you talk about the minister and you have to bring a substantive motion if you have to accuse a member of this house about that. Ngicela ukhoxise kulogo mama. Ngicela ukhoxise kuqala mama.
Angani ngiyaqala ukukhuluma mase ungena emlonyeni.
Okay ma.
What the Honourable Minister is doing is alleging and insinuating that the Honourable Madisha is under the influence of alcohol.
Order.
Now, she can.
Order, honourable members.
The Honourable Minister can bring a motion to the House. I don't think you'll get a seconder from the Honourable Nzimande or the Honourable Knesi. But
order, honourable member. I've noted your point.
No, you are not going to be allowed.
No,
If you insist, honourable members, if you insist no, it's not going to happen because it is clear you are all raising the same. Honourable members, honourable members, honourable member, take your seat. Honourable members, we are proceeding now.
Which can threaten me. And if Blade is going to make threats here and you don't call him to order, he must know that I'm not scared of him. No. And there's nothing that was starting which will not finish. We're not scared of Blade, neither are we scared of President Zuma's administration, or are we scared of the ANC. There's nothing we're scared of. And we cannot be threatened by Blade.
Honourable members, will you take your seats,
finish
please?
it. There's nothing we cannot finish. We'll finish it. We can guarantee you now.
Honourable members.
We will finish it. There's nothing you can do.
Honourable Malema, will you take your seat now?
Nothing at all.
Honourable Malema, will you take your seat now?
You must know that, Blade. There's nothing you can do. Nothing.
Honourable.
For the next 5 years, this is what you are going to be subjected to. And we are here. We are not invited
Honourable
by you.
Malema.
We are here for 5 years. There's
Honourable
nothing you
Malema.
can do at all. There's
Honourable
nothing you can
Malema.
do. I must promise you there's nothing you can do.
Honourable Malema.
Deal with the issues and stop threatening us.
Honourable
Stop threatening
members.
us. Deal with issues.
Honourable members.
Whatever we have started, we'll finish it. Please.
Honourable members.
Chair, you must tell Blade to withdraw.
Take your seats, please.
Blade must withdraw his threat.
Take your seats, please.
He's threatening us.
Take your seats, please.
He's threatening us.
Take your seats, please.
And if you want to take advantage, that is the last item. We are going to start there tomorrow. If he doesn't withdraw, we are going to start there tomorrow.
Order, honourable members.
We want to promise you that.
Can I just sit down, please? I want to raise the order.
Hey man, I'm not going to sit down right now, man.
Sit down. I want to raise the order.
Speak your words to my
Sit. Honourable Malema.
Hey, sit.
Honourable Malema.
Sit.
Honourable
Sit,
member.
big man.
Honourable member. Wait.
It's not going
Honourable
to
Malema.
I'm not going to sit down. I'm not going to sit down. I'm not going to sit down.
Honourable Malema.
I'm not going to sit down.
Sit. Honourable Malema.
I'm not going to sit down. He must speak.
Seat,
if you don't want to speak, I'm continuing. Now, the inconsistency of the Constitution is equal as the breach of the Constitution.
Honourable members.
You cannot be inconsistent of the Constitution and want to tell us that
You are behaving in a right manner. Malema, I have asked you to take your seat. Please do so, sir. The rules of the House, Honorable Malema, the rules of the House apply. Please take your seat.
Tell that one not to tell me to sit down. I can't be told by
take your seat.
A backbencher to sit down.
Is there a point of order?
I'd like to call the Honorable Minister Ginger Lindiwe Zulu to stop singing in the House, or she must be referred to the Powers and Privileges Committee. She's chanting yes, number one. She's distractive. She must be taken to the Powers and Privileges Committee because I'm trying to listen. She's chanting there, yes, number one.
You know, Honorable
Chairperson, point of order. My name is Lindiwe Daphne Zulu. The one who refers to me, Ginger, the ginger shall be outside.
No.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, may I hear the point of order?
I think the Honorable Minister made a very serious threat against an Honorable member. And it has been made inside the House here because we don't want to take things very light here. We've got a very bad experience. So I think she must be asked to withdraw that statement, please. That's a serious threat.
Angimazi ukhuluma ngani lo khulumayo. Akayichaze yena lento ayikhulumayo.
All right. Honorable Malema, may you just take SOP? Yes.
The member raised a genuine concern that she must not be called with names she doesn't know. Otherwise, she will meet this honorable member outside. And we know her tendencies. So can you please ask her to withdraw? Because this is going to degenerate. It's like we're in a shebeen here where people just threaten each other like that. And there is no order coming from you. Their secretaries.
Does there exist a coalition between a neoliberal and pseudo-leftist political party? This is a coalition that should never have happened, but it has happened. And we must expect that those that pull the strings of these political misfits will never allow any amount of political bickering among their puppets to jeopardize a moment.
Minister of Instagram, we are calling a point of order also.
Honorable Gigaba, please take your seat.
Firstly, there is no collision. It's coalition. It's not collision. That means something different.
Thank you very much.
But secondly, a point of order is that the EFF is not in any coalition government with anybody. With anybody. He's deliberately misleading the House and he's out of order. This is not Instagram. Get your facts straight or step aside. We're not on social media here. Don't mislead the nation. You've got the responsibility as a minister to speak nothing else.
Who is able to stand in front of the court and say, yes, I have raped. Now, what is it
Honorable Madisha, your time has expired.
Take? If the president of a country can stand in court and say,
Honorable
yes,
member,
I have raped,
you are contemptuous
yes,
of the
I've
chair.
done this kind of
Honorable
thing.
Madisha,
yes,
are you deaf?
Ensured that
Honorable
I passed
Madisha, you are out of
HIV and
order.
AIDS. What kind of president is that? If you ask him, he will only say,
Honorable Madisha, Honorable Madisha, order. Please use that door and leave the House.
To our good friends, the opposition. Hey, I'm telling you, you can think you live in another world. You know, some people who could not pronounce Kandla, they've now learned Nkandla, Nkandla, Nkandla. Hey, hey, hey. Even if you tell them the Nkandla report is being processed,
is going to come. I mean, 3 investigations have been made. Nkandla, even if we are discussing very serious matters, a man stand up, point of order. Yes, Nkandla, Tix was a George Cook. Hey. That's part of the problem. Again, it emphasizes the poverty of politics in our opposition parties.
Speaker, who must be taken serious. The president answers a question, says absolutely nothing, and then he laughs.
Honorable
It means our questions are jokes here.
Honorable Dlozi, please take your seat.
But Speaker, you must protect us.
Please take your seat.
The president has said absolutely nothing to the question. And then he laughs.
Honorable Dlozi.
This is not Trevor. I've been telling him this is not Trevor Noah's show.
No, I think you must
He
take
comes
the
to
House
laugh
seriously.
at us. He comes to laugh at questions in Parliament.
Honorable
The
Dlozi.
people of South Africa want answers.
Honorable Dlozi. I would like to proceed.
Magogo Mbete, sicela usilalele. We did not send you to the Constitutional Court to represent Parliament. We did not sit here and take a resolution that you must oppose that particular application in Parliament. If you asked us, if you had the decency to ask us of our opinion, we could have told you we are going to win, and therefore you must suga endleleni so that it can be Jacob Gedleyihlekisa delinquent Zuma, so that he can pay back the money that he spent in Nkandla. So you are illegitimate. There is no other way. It's a question of conscience. It's a question of the ruling. It's not a question as well of the rules that we have here. It's that you lack judgment. You're a constitutional illiterate. You can't understand. Even at the press conference, you continued to embarrass everything that we represent in this house. Let somebody competent who has shown competence approach, step down. You'll come back on other business that is not so important in relation to the removal of the president. We want to remove Zuma today. Please step down. I'm worried that this minister that we pay so much, Minister Maite Mashamaite, she's sleeping in Parliament. And with that position, she's going to fall. And the minister would have fallen. She's still sleeping.
Honorable member.
She's still, I don't know. What's happening?
That's not a point of order. Take your
It's
seat.
no. The minister is sleeping. You can't say that's not a point of order.
Josie,
Are you condoning people sleeping now?
Josie, here's
we
the
must
camp
come
for
to
you.
sleep here in Parliament.
Honorable Self, proceed.
We pay you. Don't sleep here. Hey, man. We're busy debating. You are sleeping. You are a sleepist. You think we're sleepists
Take your
here?
seat. Hey, honorable member. Take your seat.
Order, Deputy Speaker. Order, Deputy Speaker. Order.
What's your order?
You can't call an honorable member, hey, now. This is not a case here.
Honorable member, take your seat. Take your seat.
You must not be emotional, Chief.
Take your seat, honorable members. Honorable members, can you be in order? Please, let's allow the honorable member to speak. Honorable Minister, why are you rising?
No, I want to understand what this young boy is taking to.
No, Honorable Minister, that's not a point of
I want
order.
to respond to this young man.
No, take your seat, Honorable Minister. You can't do
Minister,
that.
you must sleep and we must
Honorable
keep quiet. No.
Honorable member.
Decency to admit when you are wrong. You are sleeping.
Honorable Minister.
You are sleeping on duty.
Honorable members.
You are sleeping on duty.
Order. Honorable Ndlozi, order. Honorable members. Honorable Self, please proceed.
Folks. Kevin.
Listen, man. I get a bouncer. Carry out. Call a bouncer.
Yeah. No. Hold on. Where's the... we were waiting on Devon to join us. Where's the other one, Kevin? The one where there's...
The fight?
The fight, yeah.
Fighting.
Hold on a second. Fighting breaks up. All right, folks. I'm gonna show you something here. And Kevin picked all of these, you know. Producer John and I sat back and Kevin picked all of these. All right. What we saw in Parliament, and we've been seeing it for quite some time. In fact, we saw something a while back with Julian Robinson, MP, going up against Colonel Charles Sr. You know what, Kevin? I think we should show that and then come and show what is likely to happen in Jamaica at some point in time. We played this one already. But it's worth playing again. Where is it? Give me a clue, Kevin. Drama in Parliament.
Julian. So, James.
Oh, this one right here. Here it is. All right. Here it is, folks. Here we go.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that...
1 minute. That's notice of motion given orally.
I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas the Auditor General's report on the state of affairs at the Caribbean Maritime University was delivered to the House of Representatives prior to Tuesday, January 14th, 2020. And whereas on receiving the report, the Speaker had an unconditional duty under Section 122(2) of the Constitution I did that.
No, Mr. Robinson, you did not.
Mr.
You
Speaker.
have no authority to do that.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Robinson, I spoke to you.
Mr. Speaker.
And you agreed with me.
I didn't agree with anything.
That you came late.
I did not agree with anything.
Mr. Robinson,
I sent
you know what?
to the Speaker,
you know what?
copy to the clerk
if
of
you
the
can
House.
Do that, then
I sent to the
I am not going to be
Speaker
here.
properly,
if you
copy to
can
the
get up
clerk
and
of the
dictate
House
that
who
you
can
want to
acknowledge receiving my motion
speaking, Mr.
in
Robinson.
due time. It was sent to you,
Mr.
copied
Robinson,
to the clerk.
The Speaker is standing. Please sit.
Well, I'm not going to sit.
Just a quick point to note. In the standing orders, yes, when the Speaker stands up, whoever is on the floor, they have to sit, but only when there's a debate. There's no debate here. What MP Julian Robinson is doing is giving note. He's making an oral motion. He's notifying the Parliament that next week, some point in the future, is going to bring a motion. It's not a debate. So when he stood up, clearly he doesn't know the rule. I'm talking about Mr. Speaker Colonel Charles Sr. Or he knew it, but he was hoping that Julian wouldn't know it and then Julian would take his seat. Yeah, but listen to the rest of this conversation.
I'm not going to sit. You have accused me that I agree with something. Agree with what? I sent you a copy of the motion in time. No, but you mustn't say that. I sent you, no, ask the clerk. The clerk, I sent you, copied the clerk. Don't do that. But you don't get the motion. Don't do that. Do not do that. No, I take my integrity seriously, you know. If I send you a motion and I copy the clerk, don't come here and tell me that I don't send you a motion. Don't do that.
You lie.
What?
I am
Who's
not going to say here and make you lie to me.
You're accusing me of lying?
No,
Mr. Speaker,
you're accusing you.
That's not speaking the truth. Email. I sent to you, copied the clerk, the motion. I brought it to you, signed, and I told you that. Don't tell me about a lie. Why you come accuse me of lying?
Folks, where is this Julian Robinson today? I don't know if it's because, the Speaker is a female and so he's very, very careful, very mindful about his approach. But you see how and he's right. He's right. And I've seen situations where he's right in Parliament and then because of the Speaker, he backs down. I don't know why. And the only thing I can think of is just because the person is a female and he's very respectful. He was taught to respect women. And I think that that's part of the calculus as to why he hasn't gone after the speaker the way he did with this speaker.
Provost. I was taught to respect women.
Yes.
I will tell you, any woman decide that they're going to disrespect me, I will put you under the ground verbally, gracefully. You know, yeah.
Well, we need to talk to him because I've seen significant disrespect of him by members of the opposing party, particularly MP Juliet Cuthbert Flynn and Deputy Speaker Heroy Clark. I've seen where they just complete disregard for him, and he sat there and he took it. This is not the same person. Dr. Devon Taylor is here with us, but let me just play a little bit more of this, and then I want to show you what is likely to happen in the Jamaican Parliament pretty soon. One of Kevin's favorite video clip.
I'm not going to stay here and have you accuse me of lying.
I sent you a copy of the clerk is here. The clerk is here.
You sent a resolution to the clerk.
I sent it to you, copied the clerk. The clerk is here, make the clerk show you. You were copied, I sent it from about 10:30 this morning. Or you come call me about liar. You think I take them things as joke? Don't do that.
Mr. Robbins, have a seat.
No, don't do that.
Have a seat.
Don't do that.
Have a seat. Let me speak to the leader. Have a seat. Have a seat.
Let me just move that quickly and show you two quick videos because Devon is here and he can't. His time is limited. But let me show you one. We were talking about treat people the way you want to be treated. Let me show you one video file. Where is it, Kevin? The one with Mark Golden. Talk to me quickly. I don't want to take up Devon's time. Where is it?
That one, I believe, go scroll down to the M section.
There. Verbal clash. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, I think it's this one, right? No? Let me see if it says, if this is it.
I cannot.
All right. Folks, we're going to show you a Mark Golden that you've never quite seen. And sometimes you have to be careful what you do to people because it will come back to you. I say that because it was when I saw this video, I don't remember how I took it, but it wasn't normal. It's a very short video. I'm going to show you this, and then I'm going to show you what's likely to happen if we don't straighten out this parliament pretty soon. Here we go.
Well, no. I cannot accept the explanation offered by the minister.
Oh, just so you know, the PNP was in power at the time. They were in charge of parliament. Just want to make that clear. All right.
Offered by the minister. The minister has made a public statement which he cannot substantiate. And the minister should withdraw. Right. And the minister should be bold enough to withdraw.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Stop the shouting.
Mr. Shaw.
Stop the shouting.
I think we have exhausted this matter.
Rubbish. 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 Bare face. And come here with your rubbish.
Mr. Chairman. Now that we have satisfied the
that is the regards that all I have for the Jamaican people. That is the regards that all I have for the Jamaican people. You go here and say all sorts of things and can't substantiate it. And then come here being obnoxious.
Mr. Shaw.
Right? And come here being obnoxious.
Whatever. Calm down.
Mr. Smith, are you ready?
Calm down.
So we are going to suspend.
Calm down. Calm down.
Well, if you can't get in order, we'll suspend the sitting for 15 minutes.
You see everything you see there? Against the rules. Both sides. Everything you see there, go look in the standing orders and you can find all kinds of rules against the behavior you just saw. Similarly, watch what's going on in Parliament and just have the standing orders in front of you. And I'm telling you, you don't need any guide. As long as you can read and understand, you will see the violations on both sides. On both sides. Now, this is what's likely to happen. Because if you had a Wilfred Rattigan running Parliament, I would rule to that iron fist, meaning that nobody no get no bly. Nobody no get no bly. I would know that standing orders inside out, that I can quote the rules without looking at the book. And what would happen? You punish people equally. You treat people equally. You don't show difference to one side. That's what we see going on in Parliament right now. You don't show difference to one side, right? When people start speaking out of term, you do what you have to do. When people start speaking while seated, you do what you have to. You don't recognize them. And I would do away with this mic system that they have, because the standing orders, they don't mention a mic system in order to recognize people. It says you must catch the eye of the speaker, meaning you must rise and the speaker will then recognize you. It's not no mic system. All this is foolishness, people. All this is foolishness. All this is a charade what you see going on in Parliament. You put somebody like me inside there, somebody who's serious about the people's business, all this nonsense won't stop. Because as soon as I see deplorable behavior, we're going to deal with it. And so people understand that when you violate the rules, there will be consequences. You can't come there and sleep in my Parliament. And when I say my Parliament, I mean if I were Speaker, you can't come and sleep. You cannot come to Parliament and use your cell phone inside a Parliament. You can do it in the Senate, but not in the House of Representatives. It says that you can only use an electronic device to do two things, one or the other, or both. One, research. Two, take notes. That's all. Mr. People in the Parliament depend on phone. Mr. People in the Parliament I send text messages. No, people, what good for the goose as we put up good for the gander. You have to stop these things. Here's what's likely to happen, and here's what would never happen in my Parliament. This.
Honorable Malema, you are the one who's not prepared to go. I hope this gentleman will
You can kill me, it's fine, kill me. Just kill me, there's no problem, kill me.
Run over desk. Who them people in the white shirts? Who them?
Security for Parliament.
Oh. We have that in Jamaica?
We have one marshal, and we have some people at the front, some armed policemen at the front.
What? So, the one brother was stand up, so. Oh, wait a minute.
Right. More karate, somebody. More pork chop, somebody. But this is what happens, people, when Parliament degenerates. This is what happens. You know, when you have a speaker who has lost control of the House. This is what's likely to happen. And think about this. If something like this happened in Jamaica, although it's beneath us, this is beneath us as Jamaicans. It should be beneath every politician. And it's beneath us. But let's say, for example, this happened. You know who they have in Jamaica? They don't have a parliamentary security force as they do in South Africa. They have the marshal, the gentleman who walks in with the mace. Right. And then you have some policemen at the door, them search and all that stuff. If this turn out into a full-fledged fight, there's nobody there. You take the police officers at the front and don't have to lock the door and then come in and help. This is crazy. This is crazy. But see what's happening in Jamaica? People are getting so disgusted with the speaker that there is no middle ground, Kevin. There's no middle ground. The two parties, there's no middle ground. People can't see where the distinction between right and wrong. You know, and like I said, and we're gonna play the MP Brown Burke's statement. She was frustrated. She knew what she was doing was wrong according to the rules. But there is context. And what she's saying is that we have been treated unfairly. And so we had to make a statement. And that was my statement. She knew the consequences. Only problem is she didn't go far enough. She should have, well, let me pre-assure something. Hold on a second.
No, remember, Devon only has a short time, you know.
But no, hold on then. All right, you know what? Let me just save this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we'll bring on Dr. Devon Taylor. You can call him Devon, or you can call him Mr. Taylor, or you can call him Doc, whatever you want to call him. The man answers because the man not caught up on titles. The man is fighting for the people. And we just suffered a setback. But it's a setback for the comeback. We're not going anywhere. In fact, we're more resolved now to hold government accountable. And people just remember, we don't want to say we told you so, but those of you who voted for this government, this is what you voted for. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give him title and bring him on now. Dr. Devon Taylor. But when him come on, I'll call him Devon. Devon, go on.
Medaya. Yeah, I mean, you see, if the mace did right now sit down at the bottom of the Kingston Harbour, we would be having this conversation still, you know.
That's true.
Because as a overs the thing, the place can't work without Babylon mace, right? So right. One way to, you know, shut the place down is to get rid of the mace. So, you know, I mean, the system should just, you know, just run with it, you know, run down King Street. You take that right now, see you reach, and just put it at the bottom of the stage.
Let me ask you a question. You can give me, because what I want to miss, I want to give the people a little preview of what we'll talk about after you gone. Is that?
No, run it.
All right. Wait there, Kevin. Wait there. Yeah, we're gonna run this thing here. Here it is. Here it is.
Your discretion to permit us to put on the public record our views on a matter of critical context. Now I will say. Get him!
Get him!
Ah, my. Remove the honorable member for St. Barnabas from these proceedings.
See some serious people, eh? MP Angela Roundberg. See there. Yeah. So you do it. When you grab the mace, you do something with the mace.
Yeah, I do something with the mace.
Right.
Generally, you can't like me. I don't really know if that run to her head, you know, and she just get cold feet and just not finish the mission, right? Or she genuinely just wanted to grab the attention of the speaker. But as a sign of protest, you know what I mean, and you know, for something such, you know, as important as NARA, and you say you want to really, you know, get these amendments, block this process, then complete the mission, right?
But you know, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you see how conditioned we are as a people.
Yeah, man.
We spend more time about respecting a relic as opposed to respecting people. You hear what the man say? Kill him. Can the man grab the mace and fling it through the window?
No, it's a get him.
Eh?
It's a get him.
Get him, whatever, get him. You don't hear them say that about people who in need and in distress and things like that. Like, get them some help or do this or do that. You don't hear that. They show more respect for an ornament, a symbol, than they do for a person. Flesh and blood, their own.
Yeah, but you see, earth are forward still. Ones and ones type a lot of power in symbolism. You look through spirituality, you see there's a lot of symbolism, and you know there are reverence for these symbols in the earth. You know, it's something about the cultures on earth. You know, we all have these symbols of, you know, different beliefs, right? But the thing about, you know, the mace and what the powers it hold over the descendant of enslaved African, being a colonial relic that is in a colonial space that was designed to really rule over our people, you know, needs to be removed, right? But in the active process at the moment, because I know that we're not going to get caught up in this mace thing, you know, as a protest, if it's there that you could have used it to stop the process, then you stop the process. You know what I mean?
Right.
Take out the mace, stop the process, and then, you know, the nation will ask the question, why was the mace removed? And we say we removed the mace because we wanted to slow down the process so the appropriate amendments could be made to a legislation that is going to be in place for the foreseeable future, because there's no defined sunset clause that and date that was put into NARA's bill to say it would be wound up on this particular date in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Right, so the bill now does not have a sunset clause. There's a mention of it, but there's no defined date as to when the National, Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act will fade from being law of the land, which it is now law of the land, and that is the problem that we're having now, is with the contents and to how it will move in it, how it carry out its duties.
All right, let me follow up on that with what Georgia Lynch says in the chat. She says, what NARA passed, mace or no mace, because of an evil administration. And that's where I'd like to turn the conversation to now. NARA and the beach access. Talk to us.
Yeah, so one of the things that, you know, the Jamaican public, Jamaican diaspora, and, you know, friends of Jamaica should understand that, you know, we have no rights to beaches in Jamaica, right? Even though we have a right, the government and its laws and its book, being the Beach Control Act of 1956, does not recognize automatically Jamaican people's right. But the Jamaican people have acquired rights through customary means and common law since the beginning of time. And so as an attorney, you understand this, and I'd like the Jamaican people to understand that you can gain right over time by the customary way as to how you use a space. Now, we're all human beings born with the right of a human. No one gave you that right. That right is, you know, you gain it as a result of being born a human being. And what we, the birthright clause that we introduce into the advocacy around beaches to say that once you are born on the island of Jamaica, there are certain rights that are inalienable to you being a Jamaican, and one that is the right to your ecological heritage of the country and the right to beaches, because we have been using them ever since. And so the use of them customarily over time, you have gained what we call the customary and common law right? And the only way you can really have the system recognize that in a formal sense is to use the Prescription Act of 1882, which is a legislation in Jamaica. You go to the court and you says, well, it's a court. I have a common law right. I have a customary right to this space, and I can prove it to you. And that tool, that mechanism, which is known as the Prescription Act of 1882, allow you the opportunity in the court to show the court, to define to the court, what is it and how you came to that right. Because I've been using a track and a roadway to access a beach. I've been swimming on the beach, bathing on the beach, walking on the beach, fishing on the beach. I've been doing so for more than 20 years. See them is Matty can attest to it, Brother Joe can attest to it. You understand? See two picture here when me take, see me fishing license, see me boat over here, so, the baptism record, my birth paper show you, sir, I saw me born, all this evidence, present to the court, and the court say, okay, you do have customary and common law right under this Prescription Act of 1882, and it says that you should have that right in perpetuity without condition forever and ever and ever, right? And so that is our common law. That's a right that we have, even though the Beach Control Act in a formal sense does not recognize that. There still is a tool to prove that. And I'm going to say that here, that the government of Jamaica and the big man have figured out that we, the people, have now figured out on a mass scale, on a movement level, how to communicate this information to the Jamaican people, but to show the Jamaican people how to apply it, and is mobilizing and organizing the Jamaican people to apply that. That represents a threat to the elite, right, to the colonial order, because now the people have figured out one of the schemes and a way around it. And so they now set their eyes and destroying that means. And so NARA is a tool and an instrument that can incapacitate, weaken, okay, and in some case abolishes the effectiveness of the Prescription Act of 1882. And that's one of the dangers of NARA that people in the country don't realize, and that never get itself to flush itself out in the discussion, around NARA. And another component of it is the Limitation Act that one uses to achieve the rights to land through adverse possession, which again, if you live openly on a land, using it for farming, doing what you want to do on it for a minimum of 12 years, right? You can go to the court and you could apply for the legal right for that land. NARA impact those things. So NARA policy, the act of NARA, is incapacitating and compromising the Prescription Act of 1882, and also interfering with the pathway for land rights in Jamaica. I mean, no, I'm going on for a minute here, and but I want to kind of get this, as the context, because it matters. More than 20% of the Jamaican people do not have any land. They're landless, right? I think there's more than, and about 600,000 Jamaican have no land, no rights to it. And the ways that Jamaican get these rights are through adverse possession. I'm not wrong with it, You don't hear some people say, why them love thief people land, them take my land over there, so. But after emancipation, the descendants of enslaved African never get any land. The monarch compensated the plantocracy. The planters were compensated for the bodies of black people, which was property. And we must recognize and understand that once black people were property, owned, right? When emancipation kicked in, the England pay these slavers and plantation owners, pay them for for the black people, they may compensate, you know, and them get to keep them land. But we didn't get any land. So black people started out landless in Jamaica, had no land. Not because them did lazy or something was wrong with them. A systemic harm, right? And a human rights violation was upon them for 400 years. And so we have been in this space of dispossession, this space of abuse and violations for 400 years. So when we walk off of them plantation there, right, we were in a disadvantage. And so these kind of tools, and this is a European construct, of course, were only tools available for us to really gain property or maintain our rights to species. And NARA threatens all of this. And so we wrote press releases and we made formal submission to the Parliament of Jamaica that NARA needs to be amended so it does not interfere with the Prescription Act of 1882, and it also does not interfere with the Limitation Act through which the Jamaican people uses to gain rights to land. Those are two of our problems with the whole NARA bill.
Let me just start out the inquiry by asking, in the House of Representatives, we have 63 members. We have 35, I believe, affiliated with the Jamaica Labour Party, and 28 affiliated with the People's National Party. Putting the parties aside, they're all Jamaicans. Every single one of them. And every single one of them should have that inalienable right to use the beaches around Jamaica. You would think that your issue, our issue, is an issue that would be welcomed, presented, argued for by both parties, for the people of Jamaica. So now I ask you this. We saw the whole proceeding last week. Everything, the good, the bad, the ugly. Well, mostly bad and ugly. Did any parliamentarian, because the issue that you represent for all of us, that's an issue that's been around for some time. It's not something that you started last week. Therefore, the question is, did any politician from any of the two parties in Parliament proposed that NARA should have an amendment concerning beach access, beach rights?
So what I'll say here, we'll start with the Parliament, right? And that 63 member that you mentioned. No, right? None of them did. In the Senate, yes, right? But I'll say that if they had read the bill, right? And I'm hoping that they did read the bill critically, right? Then they would have seen that some of the most pressing issues that are confronting the Jamaican people right now, that this would be one of them. And so it was not highlighted. Right? I did not hear any of the parliamentarians take the issue on, right? We had our press release out, right? It was not addressed, okay? So we did two formal submissions around Prescription Act and around the adverse possession. So In the Senate yesterday, yes, two of the politicians hear the issue, right, about how NARA is going to be impacting beach access rights, and the prescriptive rights. And they both also asked for the amendments that Jabem was asking for, right? And I could name the two politicians that highlighted these issues, right? So we had Maziki Thame, was a senator of the People's National Party, and Alan Bernard, who is also a senator within the People's National Party, all right, on the parliament floor, raised the concern as to how NARA will impact prescriptive rights and rights to beaches in Jamaica. Both of those and they suggested amendments to suggest that nothing in the bill disturb prescriptive rights of the Jamaican people. And both of those senators who hear those, their amendment were struck down and were not accepted. And so NARA was not amended, right? And we, Jabem, sent this proposal to the leader of the opposition and to the Prime Minister. It was sent to the office of the Prime Minister. I personally sent that out, and I sent it out to the opposition leader, asking them for these amendments. So we made formal submission. So it's not like we selected and sent it to the PMP or selected and sent it to the JP. We sent it to both so that they could communicate it to their representatives who are going to debate it, right? We do see, as I said, those two senators from the PMP raised the issues, proposed the amendment, and they were shut down. They were not accepted. So we are here right now where NARA is law of the land, and the ways in which the NARA will weaken or incapacitate, right, prescriptive rights and adverse possession can happen in Jamaica.
Professor?
So now that the NARA is in place, welcome back, Devon. Now that NARA is in place, what then can the people do? What course of action is there for us to take? How then does Jabem move forward in establishing or re-establishing the rights of beach access? Well, it was kind of restricted from before, we just didn't know.
Yes, and before I answer that, my brother, I want to also, I want Jamaican people to understand that one of the ways in which you maintain your prescriptive rights access is to show continuous use. NARA will interrupt continuous use along the coast, right? Because when a project or a piece of property has been selected for whatever reconstruction or resilience, the government move in very fast and can dispossess the people. And so that continuous, it will be interrupted. Your continuous use will be interrupted. NARA under Section 23 of what they call a step-in order that allow executive override of rights. So the CEO of NARA could communicate to the communicate to the government that these we need this space, and that this space is important for the action that we're going to be taking. And they have to notify the NRCA, and the NRCA agrees or disagree. They can go to the minister and says, well, minister, we're not getting cooperation and we do need this space. And then the minister have the power for an executive override, right? So even though we, the people, are making our claim, which they can't stop, but they can move at speed faster than we can apply and get our rights recognized in the court, right? So that executive override in Section 23 of NARA, weakens our ability, right? Where the minister can give that directive. And that minister power comes from Section 24 of NARA, it grants the minister this supreme power so he can overrule different agencies and technical experts, right? That it will carry the same legal force as these other, bodies, okay? And then there is also a secrecy clause in NARA, section 14, that restrict access, to certain kinds of information. And information is very important when we file for adverse possession or we file for prescriptive rights claims, right? There's this confidentiality clause within section 14 that now, it kind of, impairs community to get certain evidence, because from time to time we have to go through access to information to get some necessary information that we want to present before the court, and the secrecy clause under NARA can block those. Now there's also what we call omission of the mandatory consideration, right? Where they can disregard your rights. Now, before you carry out any projects, even when you're doing an EIA, environmental impact assessment in Jamaica, you have to look at what laws are regulating the space, whether or not people are using it, right? And then those laws would have to be considered in the EIA. Under NARA, you have no mandatory examination. So, it doesn't look whether or not we were using a space for, gazillions of years and generation. And as a result, that information just got swept under the carpet and don't come to light. So with all those kinds of condition and powers of NARA, that is how it incapacitated the Prescriptive Rights Act, that continuous use information, you need access to the titles, who own the land, all these kind of things can be obscured and the override of the government, right? So that is how it doesn't abolishes the law, it weakens it in a way that is ineffective. And even if they take the place, they build on the place, by the time you're able to get redress in the court, is a hotel that's sitting on the property or a big seawall or something, and so you can't access it anymore. So that is, how NARA is really hurting Prescription Act. And so you ask the question, what are we doing? How do we, really safeguard these rights? And I'm telling you, we're having this conversation right now. And, maybe next week, or the following week, I could say more. But tactically, how we're going to move is what we are now, really having our internal reasoning, to figure out how do we offer protection, in solidarity, in collaboration with the Jamaican people, right? We will continue to use the Prescription Act. Many of this will end up into all kinds of court. All kinds of court. It may end up in the Supreme Court, very early, right? So one thing we know, we not roll over and play dead. We not back down. You understand? We want the government to know that we not afraid of government, because the government should be for the people, right? And we not afraid to challenge the systems of oppression. That we not afraid of. Okay? We not scared of NARA. We want the nation. And the nation cannot say that we did not. We put this out as a press release. IRFM bring it, CVM, it was even on nationwide radio, TVJ, we went on all angles. We went on, all the programs in Jamaica. And we communicated this to the nation. And we've also served notice to the opposition and to the government that these laws will be impacted by NARA, and you should amend them in the interest of the people. And they did not. So we will do what we have to do. So we are asking the Jamaican people, what kind of Jamaica do you want? We're not anti-development or anti-resilience. We are not. In fact, the foundation of JABEM, right, is about the protection of the Jamaican people and the safeguard of ecosystem. We have a rights of nature, component that's built into JABEM that says nature needs to be left alone so it can regenerate its cycle. So when the government allow hotels to build on beaches, build in the sea, take out mangrove, the government is weakening the resilience of the island. When the government proposed its new beach policy to say that they will create artificial beach by taking out the rock interface that hold back high energy waves that comes in and smashes against the island, and says we're going to take that out so you could build rock pools and build beaches out of the water, out of the land, you are weakening the resilience of the country. Right? When you take out acres of grass bed to build a hotel in the sea, you are causing erosion on the coastline of sand that weakens the country. When you take the mangroves out to build hotel, over water bungalow, right? Green Island, right? You are weakening the resilience of the country, the natural resilience that Earth, Mother Earth, moving into Mother's Day tomorrow, Mother Earth is natural and has taken millions of years to evolve the landscape of the island in a way to preserve it. You have authorized and give permits and building permits to demolish the coastline to support a capitalist industry that exploit your people, exploit nature, is extractive. You are guilty, right, of making the country weaker at the coastline, and now you come to say you're going to put all these resilience infrastructure in place, and as a result, you're going to displace people in order to do that. It no work like that, brethren. So we're not back down. We're not going to back down.
Well, strong stand. And a stance that must be taken. I mean, I see right here where our sister Maria, she says that the people rejected the solution in favor of $5,000 and a two-piece KFC. It's the people of Jamaica who stand up and fight for their rights. Yeah, indeed. Completely agree. This conversation is going to continue because I know that, first of all, I just want to take time out to tell you thank you for joining us. If you don't have to leave because we can continue the conversation, but I know that you have some pressing matters that you have to take care of. And you promise us, well, you don't promise us, you'll come because promises are coming to a fool. So and we're not fool around ourselves. And you don't make no promises. So
no way, man.
You make
No, you don't know. You know what I mean? We're kind of introducing, what is to come to the people because it's very important. I want to send you actually right now something I'd like you to put up on screen because we are asking the government, right, to withdraw their beach access policy. And we are asking the all the people in the diaspora to actually sign on this for us because it's very important that the Jamaican people reject, right, the new policy that the government is actually putting out. The policy is not one that is environmentally friendly. You have to push back on it. And we are looking for 20,000 signatures in 2 months. Right? And we want to present this to the government of Jamaica that the Jamaican people do not want this policy. So we're asking you to withdraw it. It was presented in tandem with NARA. When NARA was presented to the parliament by the Prime Minister also proposed this new beach policy. They both go hand in hand. And it's necessary in order for them to carry out what they want to carry out at the coastline, selling off the beaches, more building of hotels in the sea, destroying the rock interface to create artificial beaches, creating a licensing regime for fishing beaches so they can transfer them, amendment to the prescriptive act so they can weaken the act, right? And then does not give Jamaica any fundamental right, but give Jamaica what we call this conditional rights that is based upon permission, right? And those permission is how many people can go on a beach, what you wear on a beach, and how you behave on a beach, right? So we are asking the diaspora, right? And we're asking all Jamaicans to just sign this petition. And this petition, your signature is reinforcing your support that you do not support this new beach policy. You want a policy that is rights-based, fundamental rights. That means we can go there to bathe, can go there to walk, go there to swim, go there to fish, right? We did, that is our birthright. And if we don't ask for it collectively, they're not going to listen to us. So I sent you a petition that, it's, you could pop it up if you get it. I sent it to your program manager.
Yeah.
And that will be, we have a QR code there. You could scan it and, just kind of reach. We put all the information there because one of the things, Rattigan, we don't make statements without providing the necessary information. So enough is there that people can read to see what we are saying and fact check. We even have a link to the bill so people can really can go there and read and see it.
It's right there, folks. It's right there on the screen, just below Devon. See, try to click the link for details. It's right there. And we're going to leave.
So you can drop it in the chat, or they can go to JABEM. If they go to jabem.org, they will see the link there. They could click on the petition and they could sign there. It's going up on our social media feed today as well. It's one of our newest campaign to stop the beach policy that has been proposed.
All right. Look, Devon, I want to thank you for coming on and whetting our appetite with this information. And we look forward to having you not next week, the week after.
Yes.
And we're going to have a fulsome discussion about this thing. By then, everything will be crystallized, and then we can really go into it and inform. Yes. On the people. So take care of yourself, brethren. Blessings, and we'll continue to promote and push the link. So that you can go on and sign the thing. All right?
Yes, I.
Hear yourself, my brethren.
All right, cool. Blessings.
All right, blessings. I can only shake my head.
Yeah. All right, folks, we have some good news story. We have two of them. Because them say, them all talk about government, and yes, of course, because government is the reason why we don't have a lot more good news stories. But one of the good news stories is actually from overseas, and we have lots to report. But believe me, there are lots of good news stories in Jamaica, but we don't want to overshadow the bad ones because everybody can deal with good news. The bad news we can't deal with. And especially bad news that shouldn't be bad news. The first one we're going to put up is this. If you live, and listen to me carefully, especially those of you who live in Jamaica, or those of you going to Jamaica, well, if you're coming from overseas, I don't think you're going to need any of this assistance. But if you live in Bethel Town, Seaford Town, Argyle Mountain, Barneyside, Grange Hill, Galloway, Cornwall Mountain, Greenwich, York. You live anywhere in and around those communities, we have some good news for you. And here it is. We're going to have free medical, dental, and vision care. And we must big up Dr. Bill Tingling. You saw him on the program not too long ago because of the march, the planned march in Brooklyn to Prospect Park in support of Jamaica. He's spearheading this movement, and he did mention it at the time on the program. So it's come to fruition. And here we are. Yeah, the march to Prospect Park, I think, is Jamaica Day, something he wants to celebrate. We have Caribbean Day, but he wants Jamaica Day. And so support that as much as you can. And I also need you to support this by informing folks who need this type of assistance, or if you need it, please go. All right, Kevin, you can big this up for me, please.
Oh wait, okay, I got kicked out.
Yeah, kicked out?
Yeah.
All right. Well, while Kevin is trying to get back in, let me just read it. It says free medical, free dental, free vision care in Bethel Town, Westmoreland. And the date is May 26th through 29th. Again, May 26th through May 29th. So you have enough time. Today is only the 9th. So you have time to prepare for this. For some people, it's a life-saving event. It says, greetings. We are honored to personally share with you about our special community initiative taking place in Betheltown, Westmoreland. Free medical, dental, and vision care, Betheltown, Westmoreland, May 26 through 29, transforming lives through compassionate, no-cost healthcare. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah.
Transforming lives through compassionate, see that? No cost to you, healthcare. And there it is. It says if you're from Betheltown, Seaford Town, Argyle Mountain, Barneside, Grange Hill, Galloway, Cornwall Mountain, Greenwich, York, and surrounding communities, as well as anyone able to attend from across the region, you will receive access to free medical, dental, and vision care provided by qualified healthcare professionals committing to improving community health, wellness, and quality of life. This major humanitarian outreach initiative provides compassionate, high-quality healthcare services, including preventive screenings, wellness education, dental care, vision support, and essential medical assistance to underserved individuals and families. Underserved. No one should go without the care they need. And here are the services that you will receive if you go there. Again, we're repeating: medical care, dental services, vision screening, wellness consultations. I know that the Cubans left, and a lot of people who were scheduled to have eye surgeries or screenings, whatever, they left out in the cold. Well, if you live in these areas, if you live in that part of the country, you can't afford not to go to this event. And you see what it says? First come, first served. We encourage early arrival. Please share this opportunity with family, friends, and anyone who may benefit. It says right here, we'd appreciate your help reaching those who need these services most. If you have any questions, please contact us at, and the number is there, 718-753-9920. With appreciation, Dr. Bill Tinglin. And then the quote below, quality healthcare should be accessible to everyone. Quality, not just healthcare. Quality healthcare should be accessible not only to those who can afford it, not only to those who live in the Tapanaris areas, not only to those who are connected, but quality healthcare should be accessible to everyone. Dr. Bill Tinglin, big up yourself, sir. Here it is. Free community health outreach. There it is right there. And the services, again, we're repeating, this is like the third or fourth time. Medical exams and consultations, blood pressure and glucose checks, dental care, and that includes cleanings, extractions, root canals, vision care. You get reading glasses if you need it. Pharmacy, over-the-counter medications, they'll give that to you. And additional support, those are just the services. Then in additional support, they'll do counseling and health education. They'll do follow-up, women and teen health sessions. Very, very important for the physical development of our country. Prayer and spiritual support, that is so, so, so important. Christian leadership and training. Yes, indeed. They're saying, come and we can provide you with all of these things to nurture your spirit, nurture your belief, nurture your commitment. And then community assistance. It's right there. All are welcome. No appointment needed. See that? And you have Vinyl Club as a sponsor. You have Blues Boy Foundation, One Church. You have Bethel's Global Reach. And you have Jamaica Foundation. There it is, folks. Let me go back right. There it is. There it is. Yes, folks, there it is. Please, 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 I'm begging you. I'm beseeching you. If you know anybody who lives in this area and they're in need of medical, dental, and or vision care, please share this with them. And if you need any type of the assistance we just mentioned, medical, dental, vision care, you need to go. And remember, it's first comes, first served. But I can tell you this much. I know Dr. Bill, and I go and call him, and I go and tell him that, listen, I don't care if it's a million people show up. This first come, first serve thing here, no, everybody must be seen. I promise you that, my people. Everybody must be seen. And you know why? Because quality health care should be accessible. Not even should. Quality health care must be accessible to everyone. Must be accessible to everyone. You notice when the politicians them get sick, you know where them, you know, see where them go. So you know it's not quality health care. Them end up in Miami, right? End up in Miami, or them end up over what them call the with name I used to do some stuff for them years ago. That health center where you go and they do the work for your heart and your lungs, and I can't remember the name of it. Cleveland Center.
Cleveland Clinic?
Cleveland Clinic, right, yeah. That's where they end up, you know. They end up in New York or over in the Cleveland Clinic or down in Miami. They don't seek quality health care in Jamaica. And if you notice, they stay in Jamaica if they have a sprained ankle, some, you know, a broken leg, broken arm, or something like that. But when we're talking about serious health care,
major medicals, yeah.
They don't do it in Jamaica. They don't do it in Jamaica. They don't. And that says a lot. In fact, you know what? Now that I'm mentioning it, I saw a clip in South Africa where some people were proposing that government officials must use local hospitals and they must send their children to local schools where everybody else sends their kids to. I saw that.
And that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. You want to have a better system in place? Let everybody use the same system. I am very much for a communist type system. Now, let me be clear. In that system, you have everybody across the board using and getting the same services. So if you want a quality type of service, then it must be, if you want to live up there where you can get it, the people who live down there supposed to can get it too. So across the board, what that brings is a better community, because you have better education at all levels. Everybody get it. If you want to go beyond tertiary, then okay, now you go expand out of there.
Right.
But from basic to tertiary, yeah, that needs to be available to everybody the same way across the board, so we can build a better community.
Right.
And in the same breath, law is meted out in the very same way. The administration of law. So everybody are going to the same type of prison. So if there are human rights violations against the people from the ghetto going into the prison, then the same human rights violations need to come from the people in uptown that go into prison.
Indeed.
Raise the standard across the board, and then you have a better society. It's utopian. Cool, I get it, but we can do it.
Food for thought. And that's why I keep saying that people, and laughingly, where is it? Hold on a second. My brethren, Mega, I'm going to play some nice songs for you tonight, you know, Mega, as usual. But Mega said, that will never happen, the things that we're talking about. And you see, it will never happen if we don't take action. If we just say, fine, you know, that's the way it is, then and we don't take action, then of course it's not going to happen. That's one of the reasons why I say that we need to have something in place where politicians live in the communities where they serve. Live in the communities where they serve. Because then they would be exposed to the same hardships and vicissitudes of life that poor people endure. They would. And what happens? Self-interest enough, because what happens is that them can't afford for this happen to them, so them have to deal with it. And therein lies the principle of a rising tide lifts all ships, because he or she in the community can't look out for themselves only. They have to look out for the community.
Exactly.
They have to look out for the community. I'm not saying that you don't have good people who live outside the community who can represent the community well enough. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. What I'm saying is, since they're that good, let them represent where they live. Let them represent where they live. You know what you would find, Kevin? You know what you would find? Especially in Kingston, you know what you'd find? Think about it. Jack's Hill, Cherry Gardens, and those places where a lot of these politicians live. You don't only have one politician there in Parliament. One. These neighborhoods, they may have 10 politicians living there, representing 10 neighborhoods outside where they live. Why not have just one? Let them put one where they live. Let them have one and then leave the other people to come up with their own leaders, their grassroots leaders. Because I'm telling you, people, I'm telling you, my poor people, these politicians just live up on hills, they don't know how to run the community. You know, because you were born and bred in that community. And you're not going to sit by and watch the community degenerate, fall apart. And if you do, guess what? There are people in the community who will hold you accountable. Who are they going to hold accountable for a politician who live up Red Hills? Who? The councillor? Is that it? And then guess what happened? You get that game where the councillor said, yeah, but I talked to him. I spoke to the MP and he said he's going to get back.
Yes.
And then you don't know if he did or didn't, because you have no direct access to the MP until election time. Until them time. Here's what we ought to know, Kevin. We just hear about Nara. We're going to show the people Devon came on and kind of whet the appetite with Nara and the beach access and Prescription Act, Beach Control Act, all of that. What we're going to do now is we're going to break down Nara for you. Not completely, but we're going to give you an understanding of what this bill is, because a lot of people hear Nara, and they don't know what's going on. They don't. It is our duty. It is our obligation. It is our right to educate our people about these things. And we take it very seriously. And before I put this on the screen, I just want to thank JAMP. I want to thank JAMP for the tremendous work that they continue to do in bringing these issues to the Jamaican public. Specifically, I want to thank one of my heroines, Jeanette Calder, for doing what she does every single day, bringing the issue to light. She's only one person, but she's acting in the capacity of 1 million people. She's doing everything possible to educate our people, and we have to join forces with her. May God continue to guide, bless, and protect her. And we say the same thing for the Auditor General as well. And there are many more women in Jamaica that we feel this strongly about. And Kevin, you know, I'm looking around and I don't see the men coming to the fore. Civil society, where are you? And the women, you remember Danielle? Well, she was with, Trevor Monroe's group, and she left. We have Miss Hamilton from Advocates Network. She's still there. And then we have Jeanette Calder, and we have the Auditor General. Where are the men? Where are the men, Kevin?
This is true.
Where are the men? That's why we truly have to celebrate Mother's Day. We truly have to celebrate. Actually, we didn't want to call it Women's Day. We want to celebrate all women, because they're the ones taking the fight to the system. And if you notice, I didn't say government, to the system. Because them not care who's in power, as long as there's an issue to be investigated and publicized through the Parliament, they are going to do it. Well, in the case of the Auditor General, through the Parliament, but in case of JAMP and Advocates Network and others, they don't have to go through Parliament. The women, God bless them. God bless them, God bless them, God bless them. Without these women, I don't know where we would be. I don't. Because the man, them just quail up, them just fall up. I don't see nobody out there. Yes, you have a Andre Stevens. Yes, you have a Marvin, but I'm talking about on the level where where JAMP is. Organizationally, I'm talking about now. We don't see it. We just don't see it. Folks, here it is. This will be on the exam. Can tell you that much. Here it is. What is NARA? It is the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill. Big fancy name for another scheme. Big fancy name for another scheme. NARA, National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill. You don't have to remember the long name. Just say NARA. Everybody knows what you're referring to. First thing to note is that Jamaica suffered to the tune of 1.95 trillion Jamaican dollars from Melissa. And that is more than half of our gross domestic product. We're talking about our economy. We're talking about goods and services. Now, here's what NARA is going to solve. They say it's going to solve the scale of reconstruction, because normal government machinery can't do it. Government can't do it, so we need this super agency. Why? Because speed is essential. You can't wait for, you can't wait for the timelines to happen. You can't, because there's too much red tape with government. So NARA is supposed to come in and get you the help right away. And NARA is supposed to be the single agency. Remember, it was ADPEM, it was at PIM on September 3rd, before September 3rd and shortly after September 3rd. Right? It was at PIM. And then what they did, they changed at PIM's management. And I guess they're not satisfied with at PIM's management. So now they go and they come up with this agency, NARA. So, which begs the question, what are we going to do with ATPEM now? Because ATPEM was supposed to be that agency. Right? Remember ATPEM? They said, send all your aid to ATPEM. ATPEM is going to streamline, and they got this guy with a military background, and they removed the professional, the consummate professional, and replaced him with a neophyte, somebody who new to this thing, and said, oh, he's going to lead us through. And remember what happened in Parliament when Damien got a hold of him and ripped him apart? And I guess that was a telltale sign that we need to get, we can't get rid of him. We can't get rid of ATPEM. Let's come up with something new. Why is it they didn't come up with NARA way before? Why? Why now? Why now? So that is what NARA is supposed to do. It's supposed to, again, they said reconstruction is beyond, the scope of government, doing it in a timely manner. That's what it is. This is about speed. And they're saying it's also about efficiency. That you're going to get the help, you're going to get it in a timely fashion, and you're going to get the government, the country is going to get value for money. If you remember when the Auditor General, when she does things these days, she's looking at value for money. Seeing it. All right. So that's here's what it's going to do. Remember, this is what it is solving. This is what it's about. It's about speed and efficiency. And here's what it's going to do. It's going to create a new statutory authority headed by a single CEO. A single CEO, not a board that you can have a discussion and you can have disagreement, and out of that you can have a resolution, right? None of that. One person is going to run NARA, and who does that person talks to? The Prime Minister. Does this remind you of the Constitutional Reform Committee's plan when they said they're going to put up a president, and the Prime Minister going to be involved with the president? You remember that?
Yep.
That's this, part 2. It is going to coordinate and execute all approved reconstruction and resilience projects. All. So the question is, what about all those agencies that we have that it's supposed to be doing all of this? It is, they say can, doesn't say will, can fast track regulatory approvals and override regulators where necessary. Devon spoke about that they're going to override regulators. They can bring in major private investment projects under its umbrella. So, if me have a friend who is in the PSOJ who want to make some money, let's bring him in. Make some money.
Exactly.
Yeah, man, bring in a friend and company and come below them, man, and make some money. And look, reports to the minister responsible for reconstruction. We know who that person is going to be. We know who they're going to report to. All right, here are the concerns now. So if NARA is about speed and efficiency and value for money, and it's going to be, the person is going to be report to the Prime Minister, and they're going to do this, and that, then why do we have any concerns? We shouldn't, Kevin. This sounds like a very good plan.
It does.
It sounds like a very good plan. Here's number 1. No governing board. Look at this. We have 156 public bodies in Jamaica. 156 public bodies now responsible for all facets of day-to-day living. And all of them have a governing board with fiduciary duties. Meaning that they account to somebody and they can be held responsible for decisions. And they can hold the CEO to account. 156 in Jamaica. We don't know why we have so much. Redundancy on top of redundancy on top of redundancy. We don't know why we have so many. But we do. But every single one of them, they have a governing board. Look at NARA. NARA has a single CEO appointed by the Prime Minister, appointed by the Prime Minister, appointed by the Prime Minister, appointed by this Prime Minister, if this thing got through. And by the way, it's not law yet. It went through the Senate, And so now it must go through, I think it then goes through that the Attorney General's office. Not sure if it went through yet, but at some point it's going to go to the Governor General's office. We need to start petitioning the Governor General. I've never heard of anybody petitioning the Governor General to say, listen, this can't pass, because if the Governor General says, I'm not putting my assent to it, that's it. That's the end of it. It's not law. But again, before we even think about going to court, we should be thinking about petitioning the Governor General. I've always believed in exhausting your remedies. You take them one step at a time. Because what you're doing, you're building a record. You don't want anybody to say, well, you could have done this and you didn't do it. You want to build a record. Even though you suspect that it is not going to happen, you still do it for the record. There's a purpose for establishing a record, people.
Mm-hmm.
There's a purpose for establishing a record. So there it is. The Prime Minister is appointing the CEO with an advisory committee. The minister may appoint.
Billy Goat.
Let me ask you a question now. You really think that the minister will appoint an advisory committee? This is, remember, this was done in under the cover of darkness, some of it, right?
Correct.
You really think the minister is going to appoint, because an advisory committee is just going to be a hindrance. And not only that, he could easily make the argument that, no, we're going to have to, if we have them, we're going to have to pay them, and it's an extra layer, and blah, 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 blah. Look at that. One person in the day-to-day management that controls billions of Jamaican dollars. One person. And the only person that person has to account to is the Prime Minister. Do you trust your Prime Minister around money? Do you?
We're talking about the same Prime Minister that I have right now?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
If this goes through and the Governor General signs off on it and whatnot, it's going to take effect during this administration. And this Prime Minister is going to select somebody that he wants to report to him daily about the management of billions of dollars.
Correct.
And remember, so the Prime Minister involved in the construction business. And remember, so the Prime Minister's wife involved in the construction business. And what is now about, part of it is reconstruction.
Funny you should say that. Sharon Pearson just put in the chat, the Speaker of the House will be the CEO of NARA.
And who's to stop the Prime Minister? I don't think he's going to do it. It will be too blatant. But if he wanted to, who would stop him? Who?
Me says Rhoda.
Look, the sample public boards list above, they have broad mandates, significant financial powers, major capital program, and consequential decisions that affect the public interest. They have the same as the proposal for NARA. So why the difference in the model, in the governance model? Why? Why are they different? Why is NARA different from the 156? Why? Let's continue.
What is the end game?
Yeah, the government says executive agencies allow for greater efficiency, and they use an advisory committee, not a governance board. And she said, what do you notice about the work and nature of these executive agencies, with the exception of one? There they are. There they are. There they are. I think the one she's referring to is look like it's National Land Agency. Not sure. But let's continue with the accountability concerns. The Public Investment Management System exemption. The Financial Administration and Audit Act requires all, not some, all major public investments to pass through the system. And why? Because they do a cost-benefit analysis. They do a risk assessment. They do a value for money. They make sure that it's feasible and it's worthwhile. And it's not going to cost the taxpayers more than it should. Amendment number 26 in NARA explicitly exempts every NARA project from this scrutiny. There is no pre-commitment appraisal before public funds are committed. So the one CEO can just say, fine. Meanwhile, the 156 boards, this is what they have to go through. They have to go through a cost to say, is it worth it for us to put this money into this project? What are the risks? And is this value for money? How is this going to benefit the public? And is the benefit to the public more than the cost of the project itself? Because if you're going to spend more for less, it doesn't make any sense. But that's where we are with it. So they said this exemption, it would apply to a hurricane reconstruction or so the big OR, a cabinet designated strategic investment project, whether it's 17 or whatever the number of people know in the cabinet, whatever they decide for the 3 million. Not what you decided on. Your decision was made. So don't complain. Your decision was made on September 3rd. You don't have no more talk. You have given them the power to do this. Look at the OR. Anything the cabinet wants to do, them can just do it with the billions and billions of dollars. Anything the prime minister wants done. That's it. Here's another one. Step-in orders. NARA does not bypass regulators. It controls them. It sets their deadlines. And if it disagrees with their decision, the minister can replace it entirely. So what's the point? This is a runaway train. They don't have to publish any requirement. Like we haven't seen anything about the CEO. What are the requirements for the CEO? No right for affected communities to be heard. No, because you already took the 2-piece chicken and the $5,000 and you've given up your right to these folks. No express judicial review preservation. You know what that means? Court. That's what it means. No court. Or no express. If we're not going to take forever and a day. Say this. And Kimoon, you may have a point. NARA is created for the oil. You may have a point there. But look at this. None of these things that the other 100+ agencies and other agency departments, ministries, that they have to do. NARA bypass all of these people. Here's number 4. The CEO, if he makes a bad decision, a corrupt decision, and he says, I did it in good faith. And if somehow you get into court and whatever you can recover, and it doesn't have to be court in Jamaica, maybe you can find jurisdiction outside of Jamaica. Whatever, he's fine. Guess who going to pay for it? Taxpayers. And look, there's no exclusion for gross negligence, recklessness, or willful conduct. No board exists to challenge a good faith claim. No audit committee to investigate it. The person with the most power has the least personal accountability. So you see, like, we have these surcharge action. These surcharge actions implemented by the financial secretary in the Ministry of Finance. And we're going to get to it hopefully next week with the fertilizer, because there is an outstanding surcharge action for 60-something million Jamaican dollars, and we don't know who's going to pay it back, if anybody is going to pay it back. Well, in this case, you can't go against him. And if you go against him and you have to pay for it, you want good faith. I made the decision in good faith. End of story. Here's number 5. Section 14.1. This is very, very dangerous, people. And 14.3. If you develop a source that's giving you information, in NARA, they said that they make it criminal for them to come out and give you information if they're a source or if they come out as a whistleblower. And we know how important whistleblowers are, because they're the ones who come out and tell us what's wrong in the agency, ministry, or department. And then we move on from there. And they're saying now, all documents are treated as secret and confidential, meaning ATIs have no reach in terms of obtaining information from NARA. And Section 14.3 says that if you breach that obligation, if you don't treat the documents as secret and confidential, and you share the documents with people, and it's discovered, you face a 1 million fine or 1 year in prison. Well, I can tell you this much. They're not going to fine you. They're going to imprison you. What's interesting about this, and you can juxtapose, put it next to the Integrity Commission Act of 2017. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert faced a fine or prison. Leslie Campbell, may his soul rest in peace, faced a fine or imprisonment. They were both fined. You try that. You go ahead and try that and see how things work out for you. They're not going to fine you. You are going to prison. Here's number 5. Secrecy without whistleblower protection. There's not, which is related to 4. See that? Look at the very last sentence. An officer who witnesses corruption could face prosecution if they speak out. See that? Look at in the section 14, they said nothing prevents disclosure permitted under other law. But they said if you talk about it because we consider it secret and confidential, then you face $1 million fine or prison. And we sit here and wonder why these things are happening to us. Don't forget September 3rd of last year. Number 6, no independent multi-stakeholder oversight body. Look at this. They have something called the Jamaica Disaster Risk Management Act of 2015. And on that, in that body, that council, that's 38 members, including the leader of the opposition, civil society, private sector, and community organizations. And they come together to deal with disaster management. NARA doesn't reference it. And NARA doesn't require the CEO to report to it. And NARA hasn't assigned any role to it whatsoever in reconstruction. None. So who's going to exert oversight? The Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is going to exert oversight. Again, my people, I ask you, do you trust your Prime Minister with money? Do you think your Prime Minister is an ethical person? Do you think so? Here's 7. And Devon talked about this. There's no dissolution date. No parliamentary trigger, nothing. It just open-ended. See, under 25(2)(m), Cabinet can designate any sector it chooses as a strategic investment sector. Any project above 15 US 15 million that can be described as contributing to economic resilience qualifies for the full NARA package. So the question is, how far will we creep from a disaster response to making this how we do business? Remember now, the Cabinet can designate whatever they want to designate, in conjunction with the CEO and the Prime Minister. My people, my people. Here's something that we need to look at. The Disaster Risk Management Fund, right? Under this act that we just talked about, this one here with the here it is, Jamaica Disaster Risk Management Act with 38 members. Look at this. A fund committee must exist under that law between 7 and 10 members, including chartered accountants. Chartered accountants. And the committee must meet, and this is before a single dollar can leave that fund. They must meet at minimum once every 2 months. Every 2 months, minimum 6 times a year with a quorum of 5. And they must have minutes. And no money shall be withdrawn unless authorized by the financial secretary. And after consultation with the fund committee, this is how money can leave this fund. And look at this. Look at this. The last committee was appointed in September 2020, and during its entire 3-year tenure, it met only twice. Remember? 6 times, minimum 6 times a year. And in 3 years, they met twice. And it expired in 2023. And as of December 2025, 2 years and 2 hurricanes later, no new appointments. Look at this one over on the right.
And no consequences.
No consequences. Look at this. The 350 million was withdrawn without the legally required consultation that states that no money shall be withdrawn from the fund unless authorized by the financial secretary after consultation with the fund committee, and them just run roughshod over the whole thing. This is a fund that them say you cannot, not even a dollar must leave, you know, without all of these requirements are met. And NARA doesn't say what's going to happen with this. Now, here is something. On April 28, 2026, business leader Mr. Floyd Green said regarding NARA, he said, New Zealand built a system that delivered results. Let us learn from that model and do the right thing. I think what they should say now, that Jamaica as a Christian nation, of the Bible, we should say Jamaica as a Christian nation, let us learn from the Bible and do the right thing. Because to talk about New Zealand is a farce. You know why it's a joke, people? Here's why it's a joke. New Zealand is consistently ranked one of the least corrupt countries in the world. Least. Jamaica is consistently ranked as one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Now, some people might make the argument that, well, yeah, because they might look at the one of the least corrupt countries to implement. No, you know what happened? That model worked in New Zealand because the members are incorruptible or less corrupt than the ones in Jamaica. So I don't know who this gentleman is trying to fool. New Zealand? Look at the quality of the public servants in New Zealand. When I say public servants, we're not talking about police, nurses, doctors, teachers. No, we're talking about politicians. Look at the quality. And remember, again, the razor pay to attract the best and the brightest. It's the best and the brightest, yeah? Now, here is the New Zealand one with I'm talking about. New Zealand Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority, 2011. It has 5-year lifespan, fixed. NARA don't have one. It had 20 leaders from Greater Christchurch built into the legislation. It's not discretionary. It have a cross-parliamentary forum. Every member of parliament representing the affected area had a statutory seat at the table. All orders gazetted and tabled in parliament within 6 sitting days. and it was subject to the Official Information Act. So the public could get access to the decisions being made. That is not NARA. So how are you going to tell me that you're learning from New Zealand? This is the opposite of what New Zealand has done. We have so many more things to talk about. We have so many more things. I'm going to stop it right there. I'm going to stop it right there. Don't stop it right there. Kevin, where you there? Let me... Time flies when you're doing the right thing.
Fly all the time.
Let me... Oh, again, let me just put this up. This is important. People, remember, please, 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 if you know somebody who lives in, or people who live in Bethel Town, Seaford Town, Argyle Mountain, Barneyside, Grange Hill, Galloway, Cornwall Mountain, Greenwich, York, and the surrounding communities, as well as anyone able to attend from across the region, please tell them to come to Bethel Town, Westmoreland, for free medical, dental, and vision care from May 26th. Sorry, May 26th through May 29th. This year, we're talking about this month. Please tell them to come. And we're going to have to remove this first come, first serve, because what we're going to do is make sure that everybody is seen. We're going to make sure, Dr. Bill, I know you're watching the program. And get your team together, because we're going to tell everybody, we're going to make sure that from the hilltops to the valleys, everybody hears about it and everybody show up, those in need. And by the way, you don't even have to be suffering from a medical, a dental, or a vision problem, you know. Just go. Just go and say, just want see what kind of condition I'm in.
Get a checkup, yep.
Yeah, just go. Go, my people, go. Let me remove that. We're going to talk about that for the next few weeks until...
And not because we're trying to get everybody seen, does it mean that you must take your own sweet time in getting there.
Right.
Be considerate of those that are providing the services. They're providing their services for free, so that means something is being sacrificed. So if you're going, go early and get it done and out of the way, so that the majority of people will be seen early, if not everybody. And then they can go and do their thing also.
Yes, 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 indeed, my brother. Yes, indeed. Where is the other good news story, Kevin, the doctors? Oh, wait there. Help me out here.
The twins.
Look on that T, right? Twins.
Twin doctors.
Hold on there, me not see it. Hold on there.
What do you mean?
Yeah, look. I got to... Hold on, let me go back to it. I have some videos here. We're not going to even get to, again, ambition versus...
optimism.
No, Joan did I laugh right now, but that's all right. Which part did them, brother?
The twin, you want to look on the twin doctors. Scroll down.
Scroll down. All right, there it is. Oh, yes, here it is. Okay, thank you. You know, them put up so many things, and I said them. Them and not me. Kevin, I roll them eyes. All right. Let me show you this video, people. This is how the Jamaican government is fleecing you. Fleecing you. Take a look at this video and tell me if it's not true. People, we laugh. Look again.
Oh no, who catch it?
You could have looked little more, it gone. That's not value for money. That's exactly what's going on in Jamaica. You plant, but you're not reaping. You're not reaping the benefits. You get a banana trunk. Go do something with that now. But the banana, gone. Gone.
And worse if you chop down the tree.
There it is.
Nothing.
There it is. Remember that, people. For those of you who, this is a funny kind of melancholic story. For those of you who say you go home and you hire a contractor and you build your house from foreign and you're going home to your mansion. Be very careful. Watch.
This is a contractor and tell me say, Lord Jesus, the man tell me say your house are done. By how long the man tell me say the place are done? Oi, contractor! I mean I would have people for the place, man. What do you mean boss man, Ratty? How many places are done? How many tell you? Next month. You tell me say by today, from last week the place is done. At 6 years now you done this one? No man, tomorrow I done man. Tomorrow when? Tomorrow, tomorrow roof a slab. He pipe them all lay me a flash the wall and tile off the ground. Tomorrow, everything I done? Everything I done. How? No man, I don't saw it. I said I don't saw it. Nobody hears me man. No man, that's cool man, but everything I done. I style, we feel like I style me. Watch out now. The whole of your shop put on tomorrow. Me a flash off everything by later. Me a flash, me a beam it off tonight. And then a morning, early me come deck it off. By 1 o'clock, me flash the wall. In another 2 hours, me tile the ground. All the whole of them black they out there, man. When you come on fence bill, man. What tomorrow, I swear to you, man. You got me no light here. You can't take me for you now. No. More about my money, man. No, me not pleased with this, yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean? If we come along and get the place. Look how long. I know you come and me tell you tomorrow. Me not tell you tomorrow. So tomorrow this is tomorrow. Tomorrow this is last year done tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yo, just understand everything I done tomorrow. Window I put in, door I put on, everything I done. Big man, I go get the first. That's for tomorrow. Me not come here tomorrow. Me not come here. Me not come here tomorrow. Tomorrow. I promise you. Promise tomorrow. All right.
I think Kevin.
The amount it's a funny skit, but the reality exists that so many people have had this experience.
Indeed.
And they've had this experience with family members. Make it worse. Family members. You don't know who to trust.
You don't know who to trust. You're absolutely correct. All right. Moving right along, we're going to show you a really, really feel-good story. What?
Think you're seeing double at this New York hospital? It's not your eyes.
I'm Dr. Chang, the cardiologist. And Dr. Chang, I'll be your anesthesiologist today.
That's Dr. Andre Chang and his identical twin, Sandre, both physicians at Long Island Jewish Forest Hills Hospital.
Your mom must be so proud.
Proud because they're fulfilling a dream, their mother's dream, to become a doctor, which came to her when Andre was very sick.
I thought he was going to die. So in that instant, I said, I have to be a doctor.
Claudia raised the boys in Jamaica until they were 2 before she came to the U.S. to become a pediatrician, sending the kids to Hong Kong to live with their grandmother.
I realized that what I came here for wasn't so easy to achieve. It would take me maybe 10 years or more. I wasn't willing to risk that time away from my kids.
So she brought the boys back to New York, where at first they wanted to be pilots. But then
once we started studying life sciences and biological sciences in school, we realized that we were very good at that. And we could use that knowledge to help people.
After graduating college and med school, the brother doctors are now medical mirror images.
It makes it an interesting place when people mistaken us in the hallways all the time.
Their bond coming with a built-in second opinion.
The other night I was here and had an emergency surgery due. I was like, I need to know about something about this pacemaker. I can call him at 1 a.m., 12 a.m., and he'll be there to answer my questions. I understand his body language and even the nonverbal cues. We work together all our lives. It just makes it easier for me.
Raised side by side, they now heal together, turning their mother's dream into a living legacy.
That was always my wish and my dream, is to see my kids succeed.
I'm sure she's proud of us that we worked hard. She worked hard and sacrificed so that we had the opportunity.
We thank you for watching, and remember,
big up mama, big up mama, big up mama, big up mama, big up mama. And I think Labs coach, you know them man too. Labs coach, you big up yourself because we know you know them two doctor there. All right? But people, you see what mothering can do. You notice, you never hear anything about a father. You hear about the mother. You hear about the mother. You hear about the mother. That was our best feel-good story for Jamaica today. Now we're going to show you a story. And you know how it is around here, right? We talk truth. We don't pussyfoot around things. We don't show no favoritism. And when I say that is simply this, because of the system we have in Jamaica, we have to focus on the government because the government has the power of the purse strings. The government is the one spending money, not the opposition. And because of the system
be specific, Provost. The ruling party and not the opposition versus the government, which is made up of the opposition.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. What I want to do now, I want to take all of you back. And like I said before, I got an education through Michael Manley. But am I a political animal? No. Am I registered as a PNP? No. And by the way, I lived in JLP neighborhoods too. I used to play football in JLP. In fact, I used to play football for the Prime Minister's constituency. This was before he became Prime Minister, but it was always a JLP constituency. I lived there, right? But again, you have to give credit where credit is due. Literacy in Jamaica, literacy improved under Michael Manley. I defy anyone to tell me that it's not true. Say what you want about him in relationship with Cuba and the US and this and that. I'm talking about now about literacy, about the ability to read and write and understand and communicate. It improved under his stewardship of the country. I am a product of that. Ask yourself this question. Is the current crop of PNP members following the dictates, the principles of Michael Manley? Listen to this and then we'll get into this. We'll get into it.
You must be first in study. You must study. If you're a socialist, you must study. You must study. That's why we start all the great programs, literacy, so that we can bring knowledge. True knowledge is power. You must read. Them have a book called Manley and the New Jamaica. One should find a way to read it. Is you are write it for politics of change? Is you are write it for to give you wisdom and understanding? Read it. Make group bite and somebody read it. I don't know, discuss it because you must be first in study. Knowledge is power. Guys, our party must be first in study. You must study. If you're a socialist, you must study. You must study. That's why we start all the great programs, literacy, so that we can bring knowledge. True knowledge is power.
That message was not just for his party. That message was to all of Jamaica. Because Jamal wasn't located in just PNP controlled or PNP dominated areas, but the length and breadth of Jamaica. If you wanted to read and you were an adult and you couldn't, there was a place where you could go. That message you just heard there, it wasn't just for his party, it was for all of Jamaica. But he said that if you're a member of my party, you must read. Reading give knowledge and understanding, give you power. Why did I play that? Why did I play that? I played it because the members of Parliament across the political landscape, they're not reading. And if you're looking to them for examples, good luck. They're not reading. Kevin, where me thing there? Okay, I found it.
Of course you did.
I found it, yeah. They're not reading, my people. Take a look at this. See this? See that? Standing orders. It's about 62 pages, somewhere around there. The one book, apart from your religious book, as a parliamentarian, that you should know, that you must know in order to represent yourself and your constituency. They haven't read it. And there are those who have read and they don't understand. And that's why I ask you all the time, do you think that you're smarter? No. Do you think that your politician is the smartest person in your community or to represent your community? Is there anyone in your community you think is smarter than the politician? I'm willing to hazard a guess. I'm willing to hazard a guess that you're going to tell me that your politician is not the smartest person to represent you. No, you're going to tell me that. This is the one book that they should be well versed in, 62 pages. Let me look again and see. Let me see how many pages. "61 pages. Well, actually 62. The 62nd page is blank. Now listen. I have no desire to enter politics in Jamaica or anywhere. But I have a desire to ensure that our people are educated about what politicians should do, what their roles and their responsibilities are. They too should hold themselves to that standard, but they haven't. I have seen ample evidence over the last several months where politicians are sitting in Parliament and they're struggling through this little book, this booklet, struggling. And they allow a speaker to run roughshod over them. And the speaker herself is not familiar with the rules. Let me repeat, lest you misunderstand, or you misunderstood what I said. The Speaker is not familiar with the rules, and the politicians are equally unfamiliar with the rules. So what do you have? The blind leading the blind. There are some politicians who understand the rules, and they come from both sides, but not a lot, very few. Very few. And I've said it time and time again, if you want to address this Speaker, let me show you something. Let me play a video and show you how you address somebody diplomatically. Let me show you this video. Hold on. Show you this video. Remember me, man, Kevin there. Kevin, were you there? Okay, here it is. I want you to listen now to how diplomatically you're going to rip someone. You're going to shred this person without using a single curse word in front of the whole country. I admire this. Now, like I've said, the Speaker, you're going to see the Speaker. The Speaker, I don't necessarily agree. I don't agree with a lot of things this Speaker stands for and what he said. But when somebody is doing something that's admirable, take note and learn. Listen.
Comrade Terra, when you went to prison, Robben Island.
He's addressing a fellow parliamentarian by the name of Terra Lokota. Here we go. Who was, by the way, locked up on Robben Island. He's a member of the ANC.
Comrade Terra, when you went to prison, Robben Island, you were a black consciousness. And when you came back, you became a historical mistake, which came out of Robben Island. It is extremely disappointing every time you open your mouth to speak here, that which you thought you represent, you have abandoned. You can't ask the question, who are your people? Because the National Democratic Revolution answers that question. It says the motive forces that stands to benefit from the victories of this revolution, those are our people. Who are the motive forces of the National Democratic Revolution, which you went to prison for? The motive forces of the National Democratic Revolution are the oppressed. Who are the oppressed? The blacks in general and Africans in particular. But consciousness, when it escapes you, it doesn't say goodbye. You are such a typical example of a person who has just lost his political consciousness. Because these teachings they should have taught you in Robben Island. But clearly, that university of life has dismally failed when it came to you. So it is actually extremely wrong of you to stand here and want to distort a history. All we are saying is that, as the EFF, let us subject the whole thing to consultation. We don't have a problem. We cannot come and meet here as a group of elite and take a decision on behalf of our people. Let it be referred to committees. Let our people be consulted. Let ordinary South Africans make input. We are not opposed to that. As long as this parliament agrees that indeed we are at one, but let us go and take a further mandate from our people.
What were you doing in Robben Island?
Honorable Ndlozi. Honorable Ndlozi.
What were you doing in Robben Island?
I'm now left with 40.
This is another session of Parliament, and the reason I'm going to play this is to illustrate the point of time. In the Jamaican Parliament, I don't believe they have a clock, right? So that can actually and accurately point out when your time has expired, when you start, whatever. And so it's left up to the speaker. You don't have a clock that everybody can look at. And what I don't see them doing is saying, reclaiming my time. So if you're interrupted because somebody stood up on a point of order, the clock should stop. And it should only start when you get back on your feet, because you're supposed to sit when that other person is speaking. And you get on your feet and you're addressing the main point, not the point that they raise on the point of order. When they get to the main point. Because the point of order could be something unrelated to your main point. And it could be something to throw you off track. I don't know how they would manage that. But there is no, I don't believe there's a clock in the Jamaican Parliament. And as a result of that, they have allowed the speaker to become the timekeeper. So she can determine when you're going to speak, when you're not going to speak, cut off your mic and all this nonsense. And, you know, going back to what Michael Mann said about read, there is nowhere in the standing orders, nowhere is it mentioned about a microphone system of identifying speakers. It says you rise and catch the eye of the speaker. That's how you're acknowledged in Parliament, according to the standing orders. It says absolutely nothing about a microphone system. Upstairs, can a point of order be called for anything? Some things, most things, yes, but not everything. We'll get into that another time, maybe next week, Obscure. So I just wanted to show you what's going on with the timekeeping on the clock in South Africa. Watch this.
Honorable Lucie. No. This is sabotage. This is 1:45. I haven't spoken for a minute. And this thing is 1 minute 45 left. This is sabotage. I've been watching this thing. It's only, I haven't spoken for a minute. And this thing is 1 minute 45 left. No, something must be corrected. You must correct this. You give me 4 minutes and in no time this thing jumps to 1:45. It can't be like that.
Honorable Nikota.
No, it cannot be like that, sir.
Honorable member.
You cannot say that I've spoken for a minute. 4 minutes has gone down to 1 minute 45. No,
Honorable Nikota, let's explain to you, sir. As soon as anybody raises a point of order, the clock is stopped.
But it says
even as you are talking now, it's been stopped. It hasn't moved.
But I had not spoken for a minute. Is now is left 1:45.
Honorable Lakota.
How can it be 1:45? Anybody who's honest, this is not 1:45 left. I can't be left with 1:45.
Yes, please take your seat. What's your point of order, Honorable Member?
No, we want to offer him extra minutes on condition he says right things about land.
No. Honorable Lakota, that clock only works, as you notice now, it stopped when you speak.
I could not have spoken.
No, you can't be sitting there and complaining, Honorable Lakota. Please proceed. Honorable Lakota.
Deputy President, I have to raise this question. Are you going to take the properties of the great-grandchildren of the Indian indentured laborers who came here? Whose properties are you going to take? Are you going to take the properties of the French Huguenots and German refugees who came here running away from religious wars in Europe?
Point of order.
Whose properties are you going to take?
What's your point of order?
Is it going to be the properties of the great-grandchildren of the slaves that came from Malay Peninsula and from the Philippines Islands? Whose properties are you going to take?
Please take your seat.
Please, you must let us know.
What's your point of order?
The point of order, Deputy Chair, is that we have just being addressed. There was a State of the Nation not long time ago by the President of the country. We don't have the deputy president in the house here.
Honorable member, that's okay. That's okay.
Must just
take your seat, honorable member.
Just to be up to date with the processes.
It's corrected. Take your seat, honorable member. Go ahead, honorable Lekota.
Honorable President, I apologize for that. I do want to ask these questions. Are you going to take the properties of the great-grandchildren of the Indians who came here to grow sugarcane in Natal? And if so, why? Are you going to take the properties of the people who arrived here, enslaved from the Malay Peninsula, whose leader, Abdurrahman Mortula, is lying on Robben Island?
Members,
whose properties are going to be taken?
Honorable Lekota.
And who are you going to give
Honorable
this?
Lekota, Honorable Shenge wants to take it. What's the point of order, honorable member?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I was just saying that I can hardly hear what Mr. Lekota is saying. And I find what my colleagues are doing is quite...
Let me remove that. The discussion there is about the taking of land, who are you going to take it from, how will it be distributed? And they go on basically yelling and screaming about how it's going to be done. And at the end of the day, they still didn't get to it. So I just wanted to move that and to let you know that I wanted to move that aside and get back to the main point, which is people are not reading. They're not reading, Professor. And so when they get to Parliament, they have no clue as to what's going on. They have no clue. Now, here's something I'm going to share with you. They have feelings. Here's something I'm going to share with you. I talk to people on both sides of the aisle in Parliament, and I talk to people outside of Parliament. I talk to everybody, anybody who I can get a chance to get a view from. I talk to people who are involved with third parties in Jamaica. I talk to people who are involved with civil society in Jamaica. I talk to people who are involved in PSOJ. I talk to titans of industry, businessmen, community leaders. I talk to everybody. Because I want to get a clear view of what's going on. So if I talk to somebody on this side, I talk to somebody on that side, I talk to somebody over there, somebody behind, somebody above. Try and get a well-rounded view of what's going on, because you can't listen to one person and think you have the full story. You just can't. Even sometimes you listen to two people, you're still at a loss to determine the truth. So here's what I did. I talked to some people, and here's what came up. I started saying, well, you know, the opposition, they're not holding the speaker to the rules, and maybe it's because they don't know. And it goes for people on the other side as well, that maybe they don't even know the rules, the new people in Parliament. And here's what I was told, Professor. I was told by a very reliable source in Parliament that this sitting, and I'm open to being fully corrected, I'm just telling you what I was told. I haven't heard anybody, I've spoken to several people and nobody has contradicted it yet. I was told that this version of Parliament, this Parliament that started on or after September 3rd of last year, that they received workshops from Parliament. They received workshops on how to conduct themselves, how to conduct the business of the people in Parliament. In addition to the workshops, they were given the document I'm looking at, standing orders, they were given booklets, they were giving handbooks, they were giving all this stuff about Parliament. Non-partisan. It's just how to conduct yourself, how to navigate Parliament. They got all of the material. They got the training. I was also told that the Parliament, when I say the Parliament, I'm not talking about JLP or PNP, I'm talking about the Parliament as an institution, because there are civil servants who work there, and this is their job, to make sure that the parliamentarians are apprised of the rules, of everything that's going on. That people from developed Commonwealth countries came to Jamaica and provided more workshops. I was told that people came from, I think, the UK and Australia. second training session. I was also told that the Parliament has provided or set aside some money so that people can actually go overseas to Commonwealth countries to see how parliaments are run. Like a study tour. And I was also told that just last week, 4 members of Parliament came back. I think it's India, where they went to observe the Indian Parliament in action. So now, and remember, these people are highly qualified. They're well educated. These people meaning our parliamentarians, or you're supposed to. So now, how can you tell me that this 62-page booklet, they don't understand what's in it and they don't know how to hold the speaker accountable? They don't? Is that it? And are we supposed to just accept it as a people? We're going to show you, but we're not going to finish it today. And I said it again. Go ahead.
You were told that workshops happened.
Yes.
Were you told that they were well attended?
I was told that the workshops were provided to all parliamentarians. Now, whether or not everyone showed up for it, they didn't tell me that. They just said it was announced, and it was like, this is a session that all parliamentarians must attend. Now, here's another thing, Kevin. If you're a parliamentarian, why wouldn't you want to attend this thing? Barring a funeral or sickness or something like that, why wouldn't you want to attend something? And remember, it's just it wasn't one session.
Was the Speaker of the House required to attend these trainings also, these workshops?
Yes, every parliamentarian.
Oh.
Every parliamentarian. So now, what we have to look at now,
the attendance list.
Yeah, what we have to look at is when these people show up in Parliament and pretend like they don't know the rules. Are they fooling us? Or do they genuinely don't know? Who are they fooling? And Obscures asked, was it mandatory? Look, for your community, Obscure, for wanting to represent a community, this should be mandatory for you. Nobody should tell you that you must come to this. You should go, because guess what? This is how you're going to operate in Parliament. So how could you go to Parliament and not know how to operate in Parliament? How? Because one of the things that we looked at when the speaker asked, well, she didn't ask. She spoke to her like a dog. And she told MP Angela Brownberg to get out. Words to that effect. You don't speak to people like that. You don't. You don't. That's unforgivable. You don't speak to people like that. Regardless of what she did, she touched the mace. All right, fine. She picked it up, put it down. We don't speak to people like that. But here's what we did. We found out that when she applied the rules, we looked at it several times. I remember them there. What she did was, like, let's say she was supposed to do 1, 2, 3, 4. And by the way, this was confirmed. I brought it up to a senior member of her party, and the member said, Rattigan, you're right. I said, of course me know me right. Come here, read. And me understand. She was supposed to do like 1, 2, 3, 4. She did 1, 4, 2, 3, and then she jumped to 5. She messed up the whole thing. And here's the sad part. Nobody on the opposition pointed it out to her. Nobody. Nobody pointed it out to her. We are going to point it out to her. And by the way, Diane Folk said Warmington knows the rules. He knows the rules, but he also, well, And he also knows that other members don't know the rules. So sometimes Wilmington can say whatever he wants to say. MP Wilmington can say, like, for example, remember what he said? He said, when I'm speaking, nobody can interrupt me. Not true. Not true. When you're speaking, somebody can rise and catch the
Point of order.
and say, yes, and say, Speaker, point of order. And then what does Mr. Wilmington has to do? He has to sit down. There is a, I think when you're doing like a sectoral debate, or there's a certain, I have to go back and look at it, but there's a certain procedure, like there's a certain presentation where the presenter is the one who will allow the person raising the point of order to ask it. So if I'm making a presentation and somebody said a point of order, I can just refuse and just say, no, I'm going to continue with my thing. And then that's it. They have to sit down. But that's a special procedure. But in general, when you're talking and somebody says point of order, you have to sit down. You have to sit down. But we're going to show this. So Kevin, help me out here, my brother. Let me move this. There's so much here. I don't know which one to start with. Let me just move some of these things off of this. And then I can tell you, we have some stuff here that we're going to put up and show you that you can't, Minister Vaz, you cannot trust this man. If there's one parliamentarian I can tell you that you cannot trust, is this man. And I want you to hear the words coming out of his own mouth. Now, sitting, which one of this? Vaz.
You want to do ones with Vaz?
I can do the one with Vaz, or I can do the one with the speaker when she asked Angela Brownberg to leave, and then we can just go through the rules with that one, because we want.
Where she asked Angela Brownberg to leave. That is.
It's 5, right? It's 5.
Number 5, which is.
I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
5. Which one is it? Oh, this is
5 hosts.
Okay. 5 hosts. Okay, here we go. All right. What we're going to do now, this is a training session for the politicians and for our students and for our well-wishers and our supporters. This is a training session for everybody. This is about disciplining someone in the House of Representatives. All right, here we go.
The only amendment that we're putting is in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the."
Sorry, but my question...
I am putting clause 4 with the amendment. I am putting the amendment to clause 4. I am putting the amendment to clause 4. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against?
Hold on, man, but...
Divide. Clark?
As you can see right there, she's not a referee. Because the person, let me set this up for you. When a bill is going through Parliament, the person piloting the bill, they can then say to the speaker, listen, this is the bill, and these are the amendments I want to be voted on. And that's it. You're piloting the bill, right? That's one of the privileges of being the majority in Parliament. Now, what the PNP wanted to do, the opposition, they're saying, we have amendments and we want you to vote on our amendments, which was a tricky way of trying to get the amendments voted on without being rejected by the minister piloting the bill. Let me go even further. Minister Morgan, he's piloting this NARA bill. And so what he's doing, he's trying to get it voted on with the amendments that he wants, not necessarily amendments that the opposition, that they want. So there's a clash. The opposition is saying, we have amendments and we want you to vote on them before as part of the overall scheme. And he's saying, no. You can voice your objections. You can raise whatever points you want to raise. But at the end of the day, I am going to determine the amendments that will go into my bill. That was the problem, because the opposition started yelling and screaming because the speaker was ignoring them. And you're like, we want to say something. And you can well understand why the emotions were high, because this is a very, very significant bill. That's the backdrop to it. So I went.
So who is piloting the bill has asked me to put the amendments. He has already asked. The minister is piloting the bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Members.
Yes, Madam Chair, the simple...
First thing is that you should rise, Mr. Paulwell. Rise. See, when you sit down and in a lackadaisical fashion, just kind of like this, them take step with you. People take step with you. If me in a parliament, me I rise every time me I talk. Me not sit down. Me I rise, and then when me I lick them with the rule, me I lick them. Because guess what? Me I go comply with the rules. But look at this. This is man in charge of government, in charge of opposition business, you know. And look how she going to treat him. Gotcha.
Point I wish to put and to make is that any member, any one of us, can propose an amendment to any section in committee
That's
of
not
the bill.
in question. Opposition business. That's not in contention.
Madam Chair,
that's not in
your
contention.
role is really to allow the members to speak.
No, I take offense to that.
Boof. 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 Boof him up. This is the lady where you, Mr. Paulwell, seconded her nomination, you know. You remember Mr. Paulwell? Okay.
No. Leader of opposition business. If you do note, the chair has allowed for amendments to be proposed. The amendments are proposed. I am saying to you, leader of opposition business, that to start an exercise where we are voting on the proposed amendment of any member is out of the norm.
See, Professor, teachable moment. She didn't say it's against the standing orders enough. She said it's out of the norm, which means that the standing order is silent on it. When the standing order is silent, let me ask a question. For the example, when that document is silent about a parliamentary procedure, what do you do? What do you do?
You want to Jeopardy theme song? You go firing.
What do you do? Talk to me, my people. Consult. See there. Oh, I feel so proud now. No lime. No, yeah. See there, people. See, here it is right here. In any matter not hearing provided for, resort shall be had to the usage and practice of the Commons House of Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which shall be followed as far as the same may be applicable to this house and not inconsistent. There you go. You go to England. So what she's saying is that, remember, no. They're saying vote on our amendment, and she's saying no. You can raise your amendment, you can this and that. But at the end of the day, the gentleman who's piloting the bill, he's the one who's going to tell me that we need to vote now on the bill and these amendments. So just because you raise an amendment doesn't mean it's going to be included. It's the person who's sponsoring the bill. That person is going to say, yes, I want this amendment in, or no. But you see how corrupt that process is, though, because
of course,
yeah, very corrupt. Because them not gonna take any. Them not gonna look. Remember, they crafted the bill, you know. They crafted the bill, and now them, and then you are now telling them that look, you make a mistake, you must make accommodations for this, and that, and you think they're going to listen to you? Again, the system. It's
a very much partisan bill, very much. And
you don't rise in committee. I can show you. You have to rise. Yeah, you rise. And not only that, Loxley, they don't rise even in the general sitting of Parliament. They don't rise. Some of them don't rise. They sit down and ask questions from their seats. You don't do that.
This is why they say, I rise on the point of order.
Exactly. They say, why are you rising, member? I rise on point of order. And then you give the thing. All right. So what happened? A lot of people see them doing things and think it's the law. No, it's convention, a lazy convention. And people just fall into it and everybody does it. And you even should talk about it later on and say, this week, and said, points of order, they're there for a particular purpose and people are abusing and misusing it because they've allowed it to happen over the years. They've allowed it to happen, but here we go.
What we vote on is the amendment that is being put forward by the person piloting the bill. And all members of the House have the opportunity to vote yea, nay, to call a divide and vote accordingly. Minister?
Just on a point of clarification, Chairman, the Leader of the Opposition pointed out that he's not aware of anywhere in the Constitution for this to be included would be
that we do not go down the rabbit hole of attempting to introduce something very new to the Parliament. So as Leader of Opposition Business said, members, every single member is allowed to put forward any recommendation you would like. That is not a challenge. However, the person piloting the bill ultimately will say to all of us in the House, this is what I am putting to the House for a vote. So we will not start a process of voting on what you would like to vote on. House Leader?
Chair, we already put the clause with the amendment that we noted, which is in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the," and I'm asking you to put that clause.
No, so
clause 4 as amended.
The question is that we put clause 4 as amended.
Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn.
What did they call a divide? So that means now everybody has to vote individually, as opposed to yea, nay, the group.
Ms. Daly.
The proposal is already covered in section 13(3)(b) of the Constitution.
Member
So
Malou-Fort, you are required to vote yea or nay or abstain.
Mrs. Malou-Fort, your vote?
What did you vote, member? Because I did not hear that.
Nay.
Okay, thank you, member. Go ahead.
Mr. Seabright, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith.
Fort. There's only one chairman, one. No, that's the rule. Please, follow the rule. I asked what was the vote of the member. No, I couldn't hear her. I heard the member. No, I heard her discussing something about an amendment.
No, that's not true.
Hold on.
Member Charles, what is it, sir?
1 second. It is very important for the records. This is not a matter of change of vote. And I can say this as somebody who's right beside the member. It is a matter
And Mr. Cousins, I don't know why you'd like to be here forever. Okay? Member, Marshall.
All right, this is right here. And remember now, remember now that we had 3 guests from Rwanda and we had guests in the galley from the World Bank. Now, I don't know if they were there when this took place, but it's safe to assume that they could have been watching. What a spectacle. What a performance from our speaker. Goodness gracious. Here we go.
Which I listened to did not accord. She was actually objecting to the amendment being suggested. That's what I got from her statement. So let me tell you, members, the ayes 32, the nays 27, and absent 3. Members, the clause carries as amended. Next clause,
I wish to put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendments.
No, you're going to
I wish to put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendments.
5, 6, and 7 without amendments. Members, the person piloting the bill, that's not a joke, you know.
No, no, this is at the point where MP Burke got up and went and handled the mace. Look.
5, 6, and 7. Oh, you don't ever do that, member. Marshall, please. Angela Brown Burke, I name you.
I name you.
Outside. Marshall, go for her.
Marshall, go for her. Outside.
Angela Brown Burke.
I name you.
Members, I name Angela Brown Burke and ask that she be removed from the chamber. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Member outside.
So you ask for a vote for those in favor, and then you let those who are not in favor know that the ayes have it.
Yes. That's how we do it. That's how we do it in Jamaica. Them stand up runner, no?
Yeah, which marshal going to go take out anybody?
Remember, this is not the South African marshal.
Stand in order under rules of order.
Yep.
Number 43.
Yep.
Subsection 2. The
Yep.
speaker or chair shall order any member whose conduct is grossly disorderly to withdraw immediately from the house during the remainder of the day's sitting and may direct such steps to be taken as are necessary to enforce such order.
Yep. Yep. And so 43-2, and she says you have to leave. We're going to go through it, you know, people. We're going to go through it. 43-2.
Member Angelo Brown Burke. Member.
What? Provost. Files.
Yeah.
The top left-hand side and the top right-hand side of your screen are two red objects.
Yeah, them said yeah, but here's the thing. They have two clocks. Yeah, somebody put it in the chat. They put it inside here. But the thing about it is that I don't know if they're stopping it when somebody stands up and raises a point of order and then they restart it, and when they restart it. I don't know.
So you don't know if it's a timer or just telling time?
Exactly.
Okay. Now we're talking.
Exactly.
Madam Speaker.
House
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby move. Madam Speaker, I hereby move that the member for St. Andrew South be suspended for the rest of the duration of the House.
Those in favor? Those against? Clerk?
All this is going on here now, Professor. Completely against the rules. Completely against the rules. And look at it, look at the opposition. Them stand up there like, you know. Could continue.
Members.
And no response, member. So she got to member.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, our chairman, the motion that is being moved is that the member for South East St. Andrew is suspended for the remainder of the city.
Members. Marshall, could you please remove the member immediately? Immediately remove the member. You are instructed to please immediately remove the member from the House.
Madam Chairman, we were proceeding quite effectively in going through the clauses of the bill. I think what we are witnessing now is a display which, when we reflect on this in years to come, it will not be amongst our best. And I think the order of the House and dignity of the House must be preserved. And I would invite all members to join in preserving that dignity of the House. You are the members.
Whenever hear a point of order from him, you know, just get up and talk.
Mm-hmm.
What time? I hope you watch because we'll teach her tonight, Kevin. We'll teach her how to read and how to understand.
Oh my boy, I text.
That's a problem.
Please follow the rules of the House, members. And yes, if a member behaves out of order, the standing orders allow for the naming of said member. The rules of the House are serious and we should not take them for joke.
Wait is the Kevin? You will continue some more and wait until them take the break and she leave, and then we can.
No, let's go into it because we have what? I don't know, half an hour before we should be wrapping up. Okay. So let's just go into it.
All right, then we'll just stop right here. We'll come back some other time, but let's. Hold on, let me see one more thing. Hold on. Let me see if there's something else.
Marshall, could you please explain to the member the rules of the House and the next action that follows if she does not remove herself from the House? Please explain, based on the rules of the House, what happens next. Let me expect, no. If she does not follow the rules, she will be suspended.
Westmoreland. Where's the Westmoreland one, Kevin? Before. Okay, here it is. All right. So now we're going to show you a little video and we're going to walk you through what it just happened. And we're going to explain to you that all of them used to standing, carry on, the speaker, the minister, all these people who should know the rules, who have been trained on the rules, they don't know the rules. It's not that we're smarter than them.
Members, I'm suspending the committee and resuming the House, Marshal. Marshal, could you lift the mace, please? Suspending committee.
All right, so just suspend the committee. All right, so now let's show you this. Pay attention, folks. Pay attention.
You know that in some countries, you don't need a vote, you don't need a majority, you don't even need a speech. All you need is to grab one object, and Parliament stops. That object is called the mace. Good evening, and welcome to Negril Times. Tonight, we're taking a different angle on a story that's already dominating the headlines in Jamaica. While much of the focus has been on Tuesday's events in Parliament involving the parliamentary mace, we're looking at a powerful and often overlooked thread running through this story, Westmoreland. Because remarkably, all 3 Jamaican MPs on record who have removed the mace prior to Dr. Angela Brown Burke have come from that parish. In countries like Jamaica, it represents the authority of the entire parliament. No mace, no meeting. Touch it, you're in trouble. Remove it, you've just shut down the government. And in Jamaica's case, the men who have taken that step all trace back to one place, Westmoreland. Back in the 1950s, Fred Slaveboy Evans made history when he grabbed the mace during a heated parliamentary session. Instant chaos. Proceedings suspended. Political uproar. Years later, in October 1968, it happened again. This time by Maxwell Carey, also from Westmoreland. The then PNP MP removed the mace in protest against the government's ban of Dr. Walter Rodney from Jamaica. Same move, same result. Parliament shut down. And it didn't stop there. According to reports from The Gleaner, on December 10, 2003, Edmund Bartlett, now Jamaica's tourism minister, while serving as an opposition MP, physically took the mace during a parliamentary confrontation. Edmund Bartlett, who also hails from Westmoreland, specifically from a district called Paul Island. The report said the House Marshal chased him, retrieved the mace, and secured it. The incident triggered public backlash, and Mr. Bartlett later apologized. 3 moments, 3 disruptions, 1 parish at the center of it all, Westmoreland. So when Jamaica erupted again this week over the mace, it wasn't just about the moment. It was about history repeating itself. And that brings us to what's now making headlines. During a heated sitting at Gordon House on Tuesday over the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA bill, opposition MP Angela Brown Burke was named and suspended by House Speaker Juliet Holness after an incident involving the mace. Proceedings were disrupted, tensions exploded, the House had to pause here. The Speaker made it clear, no MP is allowed to interfere with the mace, under any circumstances, and just like that, Parliament came to a halt. But what makes this moment even more striking is that it echoes a pattern shaped by those Westmoreland confrontations decades ago. And it's not just Jamaica. In the Bahamas in 2024, this wasn't just symbolic protest. Opposition MP Shannon Don Cartwright grabbed the mace and threw it out of a window.
Get him! This is a dark day in this political arena that we call politics. For the first time in my life, when I took the oath of office, I felt challenged and I was in fear for my life.
In Guyana, the mace became the center of a full-blown political battle. Opposition MPs didn't just protest, they physically tried to take it. At one point, A parliamentary staff member literally held onto the mace on the floor while MPs tried to pull it away. This isn't random chaos. It all comes from the traditions of the Parliament of the United Kingdom. The mace represents the authority of the crown, and by extension, the authority of the state. So when it's removed, Parliament is no longer legitimate. This isn't just political theater. It's one of the most extreme forms of protest a lawmaker can make. No speech, no vote, just one act, and the entire system grinds to a halt.
I'm grateful to a dedicated servant of the House for bringing forward the mace and restoring it to its place. I'm sorry, but under the power given to me by Standing Order number 43, and I think the Honourable Gentleman will know the implications of his action, I must order the Honourable Gentleman to withdraw immediately from the House for the...
That's exactly what it says in the Jamaican standing orders. You withdraw from the House. None of this business about outside like you talk to your dog. None of that business. None of that business. You said to the honorable member, you must withdraw from the House. It says so in the language right there. You give a direction to withdraw. I'll show you in a second. None of this business about outside like you talk to some animal.
The remainder of this day's sitting.
Oh, you don't ever do that, member. Marshall, please. Angela Brown-Burke, I name you. Outside. Marshall, but for her. Angela Brown-Burke. Members, I name Angela Brown-Burke and ask that she be removed from the chamber. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Member outside. Standing orders allow for the naming of said member. The rules of the House are serious and we should not take them for joke. Whether they're seated or not, raise the mace. That's the instruction. Members, we're back in the House. Member Angela Brown-Burke, the member from St. Andrew Southwestern. I am asking that you appreciate that you have been named by the chair in committee and you are named by the Speaker of the House for disorderly conduct. Member, at no time can you grab the mace in Parliament. Not even in jest, member. And not in protest either, member Burchell. Marshall, could you please explain to the member the rules of the House and the next action that follows if she does not remove herself from the House? Please explain, based on the rules of the House, what happens next. Let me expect, no, if she does not follow the rules, she will be suspended.
From Westmoreland's historic acts of defiance to today's explosive scenes involving Angela Brown-Burke, the mace has become more than a symbol. It's a constitutional kill switch. And when politicians reach for it, you know something has gone very, very wrong. If you found this story as fascinating as it is revealing, hit like, subscribe, and drop a comment. What do you think? Pattern, coincidence, or something deeper? And remember, Westmoreland...
All right. Kev, brother. All right, make ready now. Make her do the thing I know. You remember what she said? She said 43-2. Here we go. Here it is. 43-2 says what? Order in the House and in committee, breaches of order, how dealt with. So, this is after you've been ordered. It's a breaches of order, how dealt with. This is after you've been given an order, how you deal with it, right? So she quoted 2. The speaker or chairman shall order any member whose conduct is grossly disorderly. Let me grab Kevin's favorite color. My favorite color too. I'm just admitting it. No, not my favorite color. Grossly disorderly. Here it is. Now, if you go through the standing orders, you will not find a definition of that term. Grossly disorderly. What does that mean? Not only disorderly, but grossly disorderly conduct.
Determined by whom?
And what she said? What was it? She said she disorderly conduct. She said, right?
Yes.
Let me go back up. Let me go back up, people. Let me go back and hear what she did say. Hold on there. Right, this? No.
She
right.
said disorderly conduct.
Thank you for tuning in to Negril Times.
Let me see.
You know something has gone very, very wrong.
Back up.
If you found coincidence or something deeper.
No, wait.
Back.
Explain based on the rules of the House what happens next. Let me expect no.
No, I think it's before this. When you sit down.
Not even in jest, member. And not in protest either, member Burchell. Marshall, could you please explain to the member the rules of the House and the next action that follows if she does not remove her?
I think it's before.
No, you're going to.
I think it's before. I think it's right, sir.
Orderly conduct.
Okay.
The Speaker of the House for disorderly conduct.
All right. Stop. Stop. Here, what you find her, what she said she violate, what she find her guilty of? Disorderly conduct.
Disorderly conduct.
No, look at what the rules say. The conduct that is, here it is in green. See it right there. Grossly disorderly conduct. Not disorderly. Reading is fundamental.
Understanding is imperative.
It's imperative. I was going to say essential, but imperative is a better word. Whose conduct is grossly disorderly. She said, we are going to discipline you because of your disorderly conduct. There's a big difference between grossly disorderly and disorderly. But that's not even that. We're going to show you something else. She said, two, if you find that the conduct is grossly disorderly, the person, you can order the person to withdraw immediately from the house during the remainder of that day, sitting and may direct such steps to be taken as are necessary to enforce such order. That's two. Look at this. She forget about 5. That offense that she's claiming Angela Brown-Burke, MP Angela Brown-Burke violated was done where? What was done where? Not in a regular sitting of the House. It was done in a committee of the whole House. Big difference. And it says, so you have to start with this. It says, if the offense has been committed in a committee of the whole House, the chairman shall forthwith do what? You suspend the proceedings. You don't tell the person. You don't bawl out, I name you, outside, Marshall, go for her. No. You suspend the proceedings. And then when you come back, you report the circumstances to the House. So you suspend it. Then you come back and say, members of Parliament, Member Angela Brown-Burke touched, assaulted, violated the sanctity of the mace. And then it says, whereupon the procedure provided for in the preceding, meaning before paragraph, shall be followed. So the first thing she should have done is to suspend Parliament or suspend the committee. She didn't do that. That step, suspend, that was number 8 in a series of things. Because let me tell you what happened. First thing, she said, I name you, outside, Marshall, go for her. Then Minister Floyd Green got up and said, he's making a motion to move for suspension. Right? Then he went back and he said, Floyd Green said the Minister for Southeast St. Andrew should suspend it. So Floyd Green did it twice. Then the Speaker asked for her to leave immediately. Then the PM got up and talk about order and dignity of the House.
Without point of order.
Without point of order. Then the Speaker started out talking about rules out of somebody being out of order. Then you have two more things happen. But here's the thing. So first she has to get up and say, I'm going to suspend the committee. And then then the Speaker, that is, then she has to come back and say, okay, House, here's what Angela Brownberg did. And it says, no, she has to go and follow in the preceding paragraphs, meaning the ones before. So here is it now. Here's the preceding paragraphs. It says, she told her to leave. Here it is. When she said, I name you, here it is, right here. When she name her, right here. When she said, I name you, you don't name the person first, you name the person afterwards. But here's the thing. You name somebody that show disregard for the authority of the chair or abuses the rules by persistently and willfully obstructing the business of the House or otherwise. So she's saying now she disregard the authority of the chair. So now she's going to name her. Look at this.
No, but she named her in the first instance.
She shouldn't have. She shouldn't have. She shouldn't have. You don't name her first. You suspend the committee. Then when you resume, then you said, you speak to the committee and said, this is what she did, right? And then this is what you do. You mention her by name, then you call upon a minister to move. It is the Speaker then call upon a minister to move. She didn't call upon Floyd Green. Floyd Green did it on his own. He can't. The Speaker has to call him and said, and then he has to say, quote, that the member, Angela Brownberg, be suspended from the service of the House. And it says, the Speaker shall put the question, yea or nay. You don't need anybody to second it. No amendment, adjournment, or debate being allowed. Here's another one. She told her to leave. But she did it in the wrong order. So it wasn't grossly disorderly, it was disorderly. And it says, if the direction to withdraw, that's the term you use. If she wanted her to leave, she should have said, withdraw from the chambers. That's what it is. You don't say outside, please withdraw. On the part, and them say, if they don't leave, if you tell them to withdraw, then you name them. Here it is. If on the occasion the Speaker or Chairman thinks that his power under that paragraph are inadequate, he may name, not that you must, you may name such members or members in pursuance of paragraph 4. So see, here it is. So what she should have started with, paragraph 5. Then she got to 3. Then she got to 4. But all of that is dependent on whether it's grossly disorderly or not. It's not, she herself said it, it's disorderly, it's not grossly disorderly. So she went to 43.2. She should have gone to 43.5, then 43.2.
Well, she could have got 4 or 5.
Yeah. Well, first of all, you have to go back right here and say if the offense has been committed in a committee and it says if it's a committee, then this is what you do. First, right. If it's a committee, you have to suspend the committee, and then you take a break, and then you come back, and then you report to the Parliament, and then you move to 5, then you go to 2. Right? But there's no 2 because there's no growth. It wasn't grossly disorderly. She herself, the Speaker, said you know, we are
that was disorderly
conduct.
Right. So, but here's what I believe happened. She just went to the section, and because it's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, she got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right. Right. Not realizing that this says if the offense, here it is right here, if the offense has been committed in a committee of the whole house, and that was what that was. It was a committee of the whole house.
We are not debating whether or not she could read. Clearly, she can read. The question is, does she understand?
Right. Right. And somebody asked a question, Samuka, for how does all that improve the condition of the Jamaican people? Samuka, I understand the question, but it gives me the understanding that you haven't been around here long enough. So I'm gonna answer you, but if you were around here for quite a while, I wouldn't answer you. The reason why we're doing this, it's called, first of all, hold on, let me go back and play it. I don't think you saw, maybe you didn't see this video. Hold on. Where is my video? Where's my video, Kevin? You dash away? All right, there they say, man. Hold on there.
It should still be there because I didn't move it.
By your ball out though, never move it. Me not see it up here.
It was one of them that you moved.
Maybe it's still here.
Which one are you looking for?
Oh, no, here it is. Here it is. Hold on. And then let me put this other one up there. Hold on. Let me put this other one up there. Okay. All right. Here's why we do it. Since you don't understand, and it's only fitting that I explain to you, because I'm going to take it that you don't know. You're new around here and you don't know why. Here's why here's one of the reasons why we do it.
You must be first in study. You must study. If you're a socialist, you must study. You must study. That's why we start all the great programs, literacy, so that we can bring knowledge. True knowledge is power.
Stop it right here. And the socialist part, we just say it's for all Jamaicans. But hear what he said? Through knowledge is power. If you don't know, you're powerless. If you don't know, you're powerless. So that's one of the main reasons. We do it to hold government accountable as well, but we do it also. You can't hold government accountable if you don't know. So the first step you have to take is to know. Because here's why. We don't want them ever to say this about any of our students or any of our affiliates, any of our companions around here. We don't ever want them to say this.
Oh my God. And they're stupid. They are dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid.
We never ever want them to say that about us. Never. So that's why we do all of these things. But getting back to this, Kevin.
One second before you resume, real quick. Samuka, how does that improve the condition of the Jamaican people? What are you doing to improve the condition of the Jamaican people?
Thank you, Professor.
What is your contribution to the development or the improvement of the conditions of the Jamaican people? Because for the lack of knowledge, we perish. So if the Jamaican people don't know this, and they don't know how their representatives, because these people work for the Jamaican people, they don't know how the people that they employ are supposed to be working for them. How are their conditions going to improve? What are you doing? What is your role in all of this?
Good.
Provost.
Yes. And see what happened, Minister Floyd Green. He made that motion twice, people. Remember? Twice. And he's not supposed to make that motion unless the speaker, here it is right there, the very last sentence, the speaker then shall call upon a minister to move that the member for South East St. Andrew be suspended from the service of the House. That's how it's supposed to work. He did it twice without the speaker asking him to. Or at least once. I'm sure about the first time he did it without the speaker asking him. So people, she should have started with 5 because this is where the offense was committed. He should have started with 5. But instead, she stuck with 2. And if you go to 2, my argument now, representing MP Angela Brown-Burke, is that, Speaker, you said that you're disciplining her for disorderly conduct. But the same rule and subsection that you quoted, it says you discipline her for grossly disorderly conduct. First of all, show me where there's a definition of disorderly in the standing orders. Show me. And then you must show me where there's a definition of grossly disorderly. No, we've seen the opposition come out. We've seen MP Angela Brown-Burke come out, but we haven't heard anyone talk about this, people. We haven't heard anyone talk about this, and this is what we're preaching around here. We're saying you cannot fight and win against the Speaker if you're going to do it on an emotional basis. You cannot. You cannot. To say to her, to the Speaker, Speaker, I did it because I was registering my disapproval of the way you've been running the committee. You have ignored us, you've marginalized us. That's not a winning argument, you know. It's not a winning argument. I agree that yes, you do it. But it's not you know why it's not a winning argument? Because the rule says that you can't touch the mace. That's what the rule says. Right? So it's not a winning argument. So here's a winning argument. What she did was not grossly disorderly. It was what she did. Well, yeah, you said it was disorderly, but the rule you just quoted said it must be grossly disorderly. And you just by your own admission said that what she did was disorderly. So therefore you cannot punish her under 43(2). You cannot. And by the way, you said to her, Madam Speaker, you violated all of the rules. You're all over the place. You should have started with number 5 because this occurred in the committee of the whole House. But instead you run to 2 and we don't see a definition of grossly disorderly. That would be my argument. That would be my argument. No, guess what happened now? You tie them up now. Because they're going to be at pains to explain all of this. They cannot explain this. They cannot. But if you say, well, we're registering our disapproval, then they're going to say, okay, that's fine. You can do that, but you're going to be, there will be consequences for this. And that's why I say what MP Angela Brown-Burke should have done. If you're going to do that, go big or go home. Grab the mace and run with it. Because you know that once the mace is gone, there can be no parliament. Grab the mace and run. If you're going to do that. And we're conflating different things. Do we think that the Speaker is partisan? Yes. Do we think that the Speaker is as deferred to her party? Yes. To the detriment of the opposition? Yes. Do we think that she's aggressive? Yes. Do we think that her demeanor is unworthy of the position? Yes. Do we think that she's a bully? Yes. We think all of those things. We think all of those things. But you're not going to win by making all of those arguments. You are going to win by going to the rules. That's where you're going to win. And so if I were representing her, I would say, Madam Speaker, you have violated the rules because you should have started with number 5. Instead, you went to 2. You should have started with 5. But then, even if you go back to 2, you said it was disorderly conduct. But 2 said it must be grossly disorderly conduct. And then we have you naming her when you shouldn't have. The naming comes after you have suspended the committee and then you return. and she won't leave. And then you didn't give Minister Floyd Green permission to move that motion. That's the argument I would have make. And believe me, people, when I tell you, that is a winning argument. Because them can't fight the rules. When you say, oh, she had this and she had that and she had that, them just ignore you. Ignore you and they continue. And that's when them say, you're done, dark and stupid. Where you see, when you draw for the rule and you start sure now, they cannot say you're done, dark and stupid. They cannot. Parliamentary, big up yourself. See? So you go to 5. You start with 5, then you go to 2, and then you move on. So that's where we are. Let me remove this. We have anything else?
So, Samoka, you're questioning you're not questioning the program, you're questioning the energy of the JLP. Still. So, you said the question wasn't complete about how does this help Jamaica, the people of Jamaica. This you're referring to is the energy of Jamaica, of the JLP, and how they're behaving towards Angela Brown-Burke's reaction to being ignored. It comes back to the same thing, though. And it's not a matter of being hot-headed. I don't know if you've been around long enough, if you've been watching and not commenting or anything like that. But I wanted to make sure to get my point across real quickly. So, if you take offense, I do apologize. Understand this. When it comes to addressing an issue of, your question was incomplete and we could take it in only what we got. So we have to address what was presented. The rest of your question came later, after my response. Needless to say, 1, we're very passionate about people learning what is supposed to be happening on their behalf. I am not in Jamaica right now and I take it personal. Because I can see the disaster that is coming. You don't hear some of the conversations that we have going late into the night when we are on our group calls. We don't just do this for kicks and giggles. We have a lot of laughter in our preparation for this, I can tell you. But we don't do it for kicks and giggles. And we take this very seriously. This is 5 hours out of a day. Nobody don't pay for this. And preparation for this is a whole lot more than the presentation of it. So, 1, try to send your question in its completeness. 1, in future. 2, we're very passionate about what we do. 3, we recognize naysayers and detractors. And we don't always kick them out. We always definitely try to address what they're saying or where they're coming from. Because guaranteed, at least one person is going to see it and go, wait, they might have a point.
Yeah.
So it will be addressed. We try not to leave loose ends here. And when we're done, you must be hungry for more.
Indeed.
Because there's always more. And we're just at the tip of the iceberg. That sequence that Will just went through in the standing orders as it relates to this conduct. In this instance, it refers to gross. And many of us, I'm sure, didn't pay attention to that gross part. And I can tell you, in law, there's a big difference between a gross action and an action.
Correct.
So these things, when especially when you hear me get passionate about something or speak fast about something, a couple of things come into play. 1, time. 2, the severity of my understanding of what is presented. Because I'm not, again, you're texting, I am reading, I don't hear your tone. I can only interpret it as I see it, based on our discussion at the time. So if there's more, let us know there's more. But generally, our responses will go along a similar path. It is for knowledge, it is for understanding, it is for making informed decisions.
Yes, indeed.
And with that, I will say, woo, sir. Well, good, my girl, our guy, brethren, sister, my Simuka.
Yeah, you know, Wayne asked, can Dr. Burke take action against the speaker's ruling based on what you just pointed out, Mr. Khan? Yes, indeed. Yes, they can bring a substantive motion against her and say she violated the rules. And there's plenty of evidence. There's a videotape evidence of it. She did. She did. They can file it. Now, what they will do with it, I don't know. But what I'm saying, yeah, the question is, can action be taken? Yes, they can file a substantive motion concerning her behavior with one of the standing committees. And remember now, you only need what? 16 members to trigger this. And the PNP has what? 28. Let's see if they're going to do anything about this. Let's see if they're going to do anything about this. We're still waiting to see what's going to happen with Minister Tufton and Market Me and Lindsey McDonough and all of that. We're still waiting to see what they're going to do, if anything. We're still waiting to see what they're going to do. And I can't get to it now that producer Joan compiled all of the scandals from 2016 till now. And we haven't seen 177A filing. We haven't seen one. It's 77A, right, Kevin? Let me just make sure. Yep. Yes, we haven't seen one. We haven't seen one. So that's why I keep going back to Michael Manley's exhortation to his party, saying that you must read. You must read for knowledge and understanding. And when you read and you have knowledge and understanding, you have to take action. You have to take action. I asked all of the comrades them this. You think if Michael Manley was in the minority, the opposition in this parliament, you think all of this would have happened without some kind of opposition, some kind of real opposition? You think this would have happened? Where all you do, you just stand up around the lady, and then eventually what you do? She had to go, and then you come back and take your seats, and then nothing. No, if I was in that parliament that night we have a meeting and say, listen, well, first of all, if I'm in another parliament, all the members, they must know about the standing orders. That's a requirement. You must know about the standing orders. You must. So you see, when she start out with 43-2, you make sure go on, and when she's done, you just raise a motion and stop, then raise a motion, and you make sure know that you're going to file a substantive motion that you have violated the principles and the provisions of the House through the standing orders. You do that. But, you know, we shall see. Sometimes when you beat people, you know, sometimes, you know. Remember, my mother used to lash me. And she used to lash me for I did something wrong. But it was also a feature of correction. To say, I'm lashing you for what you did, and I'm also lashing you so that you remember and you don't do it again. You change your behavior. And that's what we have to run now with the opposition. We have to say, listen, we are lashing because we see where we not make we won't even call it mistakes. We see where you're doing things that are not in accordance with the rules. And we're asking why. Why aren't you doing something about it? Because at the end of the day, you represent a significant portion of the population. Take some action. But like my father said, and Kevin, I forgot now, like my father said, and I'll leave you with these words. My father used to say, sick man no care, doctor no give a damn. With that, my people,
Reggae Global Radio, Saturday Stew, right now. See y'all.
See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.